Thank you for your patience. I'm back. I've been on an excursion. Since I have this toolbox, I'm like, why do I need to go travel when I could just be cranking out the stuff with the toolbox. I could just, whatever blocks I need, I just get them. I'm gonna watch some video. Oh!
The Me Too movement and a lot of females would come with marching bands, and they would sit there and, you know, call him out, Bill Cosby, but they would be marching in the streets with bands and putting balloons up in the air and blowing bubbles. It was crazy. They would march around the courthouse while Bill Cosby's on trial with a marching band. No, there was.
So we all know that Assassin's Creed is like huge for Ubisoft. I mean, it's one of the few franchises that still regularly make them money, and as a result, they're doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on it. And a brand new report from Tom Henderson over at Insider Gaming actually breaks down the future of Assassin's Creed and just kind of confirms what a lot of us suspected, which is that Ubisoft is putting all of their eggs in this basket. There's a lot riding on Assassin's Creed, kind of lifting the company out of the pit that it's dug itself into. And in this video I'm going to break down for you all of the things reported here with a couple of extra little interesting tidbits. But the main takeaway is that Assassin's Creed is very much alive, and if anything, it is getting more cash injected into its veins than probably ever before. There are 9 games expected to release in the next 6 years. And some of them represent small investments, others represent gigantic investments on the part of Ubisoft and Tencent, a recent investor into the fold. We're going to break it down. There's some interesting tidbits. At least one of the games we previously thought was coming has been canceled, or at least very, very much seems to have been canceled. And they also, looks like they're going to be taking a very interesting marketing approach with a couple of these. One that I actually suggest
Females would come with marching bands, and they would sit there and, you know, call him out, Bill Cosby, but they would be marching in the streets with bands and putting balloons up in the air and blowing bubbles. It was crazy. They would march around the courthouse while Bill Cosby's on trial with a marching band. No, there were so many people, but there were also people out there in support of Cosby. They were like, hey, hey, hey! And they had, like, supporters lined up, and every time Bill Cosby would come and go to court, he'd walk down the catwalk, and there'd be supporters cheering for him, and then there would be people screaming at him. I would say there was more supporters for Bill Cosby than non-supporters, but it was a circus. People camped out there, people just watching, people trying to line up to get in there. That was the biggest circus I've ever covered.
That was the.
As far as a circus atmosphere. Wish I would have done Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp was an interesting case. A lot of people were curious about Johnny Depp. I didn't do Johnny Depp. Alec Murdoch, lot of media. Alec Murdoch in South Carolina, Walterboro. There was a lot of cameras out there, more media than ever. There was so much media out there. It wasn't a circus, but there was a lot of people there. Lorryville, Daybell, in Idaho, there wasn't a lot of people out there at all. Went there. I didn't see a lot of people. I went to El Chapo's trial. El Chapo,
Wow.
biggest drug kingpin in the country. Nobody was out there. A lot of these cases, you go to, there's nobody out there. There's nobody out there. It looks all like big and everything like that because of the courtroom, but once you go outside, there's no supporters out there. Or anti or pro. Yeah, there's a video of me actually at one point when Bill Cosby. I got video. Maybe I'll play it sometime. A couple times when Bill Cosby would come to court, I'd offer him Jello. I had like a box of Jello. I'd be like, "Hey, would you like a box of Jello, Mr. Cosby?" You know, I was trolling him a little bit. There's always room for Jello, Mr. Cosby. His publicist did not like me. Jello, Mr. Cosby. His publicist did not like me. The person that went rolled around with him, a couple of them. I almost went in more of a position that Cosby, shame on you for what you did. You prepared to spend the rest of your life in prison. Ultimately, he got out. He got convicted, but he won on his appeal. He got out. There's always room for Jello, Mr. Cosby. Do I got that video? Let me see. Maybe I got it. Maybe I'll find it.
Fucking hilarious.
Cosby. No, I don't have that. I think there's a video on YouTube. Maybe. Always room for Jello. There's always room for Jello.
I heard you're the first failed
What type of advertisement did he have? Didn't he have the liquor and the alcohol? There's always room for Jello. Yeah, so this is what we're getting, folks. This is what we're getting here. Nothing spectacular, but it is a view outside the courthouse. Maybe somebody speaks, maybe they don't. Maybe we get an understanding of more. Maybe we don't. Maybe it just stays boring like this. We're not going to stay all day like this, but I do want to see, for a little bit what happens and who shows up.
A bit 9 hours later.
If anyone out there makes a statement or talks at all. We are outside the courthouse. Jury selection underway. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Outside the courthouse. Oh, these SUVs are the ones that piqued my interest. Look. Dun, dun, dun. What do we got? Dun, dun, dun. They're all out there like, who's showing up? Who's showing up? Oh, by the way, the temperature in New York weather. New York weather. 62. 62 and weather forecast, rain. Got rain today. Got a 50% chance of rain into this evening. More or less in the evening. Look, you got rain. I don't see anybody there with an umbrella. Knicks hat. You got a Knicks hat. Rain looks like it's more to the east. Looks like it's raining in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Come on in, folks. Come on in. Look, see that guy there, he's been wandering around with his camera and everything like that. I'm wondering a little bit what that's about. As we wait and see, maybe his attorneys come out and make a statement. Maybe they're in there. Maybe this thing ends and there's a deal. Sometimes a jury selection, there's plea deals being made at the very, very last second, wheeling and dealing. Diddy could have came to his senses last night, sitting in his prison cell, and finally said, pull the trigger, I don't want to go through this. One, it's going to cost him a lot of money to take it to trial. That guy right there, he does a lot of streaming outside the courthouse. I've seen him at Luigi. I don't know what that guy's name was. Let's see. I could find him. I saw him outside Luigi Mangione He's a YouTuber or streamer at least. Let's see if I can find him. That guy that we just saw right there, tall guy. Might be out there, maybe not. Diddy trial kicks off today. Diddy on trial. P. Diddy Combs. Bad boy records. Because he's a bad boy for life. People might be saying to Diddy, he ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. He's locked up for life. Because he's bad boy for life. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. I'm the definition of inmate. Buh, buh, buh. I'm the definition of inmate. I would even say that we ain't gone nowhere. Lyrics. How's that go? Diddy. We ain't. Bad boy for life. He said, I'm the definition of, half man, half drugs. Ask the clubs. That's what Diddy says. I'm the definition of half man, half drugs. Ask the clubs. Bad boy, that's what's up. Yeah. That life. Look what that life got. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't. I hope YouTube doesn't catch me with copyright for singing the song. He's the definition of half man, half drugs. Ask the clubs. Bad boy, that's what's up. After bucks. Crush it after us. No games, we laughing much. Nothing but big things. Check this hit list. How we twist this. What's changed but the name? We still here. You rocking with the best. P. Diddy wearing an orange vest. Yeah, that's a song. You know, Diddy might be singing some, Here, I'll get it for you. Diddy might be humming some, this one right here. Locked up, they won't let me out. I had a long day in court, stressed me out. Won't give me a bail, they can't get me out. Now I'm headed to the county, gotta do it. Gotta do a bid here. I live much, I don't want to live here. The walls are gray, the clothes is orange, the phone is broke, the food is garbage. That's Diddy singing, I'm locked up, they won't let me out. That's the P. Diddy remix. Yeah, they got him locked up. They got Diddy locked up, they won't let him out. Diddy. Yo, bro. No, he's dangerous. I mean, the dude is like a mafia boss in the hip-hop industry. I think people, I mean, we've heard the stories. You get Kim Porter, other rival rappers having their homes firebombed or vehicles firebombed. I mean, the guy is a loose cannon. I mean, any normal person. I don't know if you watched the video of Cassie. What happened? That Cassie video. Years back, hotel, he's in a bathrobe. I mean, that was pretty bad, man. And no man should ever do that to any female or even another person. What he did. I mean, it was just egregious and bad. And that's the behavior, that's the conduct that's going to be used against them. They're going to be using that against Diddy. It's coming into play. Everything's coming into play. Not going to be able to beat that with the feds, man. You're just not. Not going to be able to beat it. At all. Now they shifted gears here. I wish they would actually put it back out on the streets to see who comes and goes. Kind of blandish, but we're watching, we're seeing, we're talking. All I can say is, you got to be a fool, a complete fool. You're a fool for what he did, but you got to be a fool to try to take this to trial. I understand people have rights. People, Constitution says presumption of innocence and everything like that. Good luck with the federal government. Good luck trying to take them on. You think they play fair? They don't play fair. Everyone plays dirty. These people have crazy resources, power, influence. Feds wheeling and dealing. You'll be shocked over time of who testifies against Diddy. Who got a subpoena that we don't know about. People are going to be coming in there testifying, probably his friends he thought were his friends. And he gets blindsided. I think, though, there's a witness list that he done his lawyer. There's no who comes for him. He knew. He knew. Now, the question is Diddy working behind the scenes to try to scare these people off, intimidate them? You better not testify against me or your house is burnt down or something crazy. Or it's over for you. Jury selection begins. We are outside the federal courthouse, Manhattan, New York. Not much to see out here now. But we're talking. Let's keep the conversation going. Diddy. P. Diddy. Get litty with P. Diddy. Jury selection. Jury selection outside the courthouse. Anything else going on in the world? Tell me. Talk to me. What's going on? What's going on? Heard there was a mass shooting last night. That's a topic that we cover a lot. Glendale. Saw a bunch of police all over the place. What do we got? I had to sneeze. Excuse me. You're a pretty good rapper. Nah, I'm just reading off Genius. Genius.com has the lyrics of every single... No, I had the lyrics, or I had the Genius.com had the lyrics. B. Diddy sing. Prison Blues. It's Johnny Cash. All I hear here's Diddy. Yo, I hear the train is coming. It's rolling around the bend. And I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. Yo, and the time keeps dragging on. That's the Diddy remix. Going to Folsom Prison. Diddy going to Folsom Prison.
That's hilarious. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel I focus on the pain. The only thing that's real. Try to kill it.
I googled prison song, System of the Down.
But I remember everything.
Turn heavy metal. They're trying to build a prison.
What
They're trying to build a prison. You hear the System of the Down song?
My sweetest friend.
They're trying to build a prison.
Everyone I know goes away.
Jailhouse Rock.
In the
Jailhouse Rock.
end,
Jailhouse Rock.
you could have it all. My empire of dirt.
Elvis Presley.
I will let you down.
Yo. The warden
I will make
jail.
you
Prison band was there and they began to wail. The band was jumping and the joint began to swing. You should have heard those
Get the hell
jail
away from me
members
here.
sing, let's rock, everybody rock, let's rock, everybody rock, it's the whole jail cell block.
What have I become? My sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all. My empire of dirt, I will let you down. I will make you hurt. That's a beautiful song. I cried to that song.
Hip hop. We're gonna stay with hip hop. hip-hop prison songs. Between the Bars, the 20 greatest prison songs of all time. They list Johnny Cash, Folsom Prison Blues. There's Big P. Diddy. He's feeling the Folsom Prison Blues. Look at that. He's in orange. Dude, it looked like he aged significantly here, folks. That is a sketch from him of last week. We were covering it on Friday when he was in there. And, folks, that does not look like the Diddy that we are used to seeing in the parties and everything. This looks like a gray-haired, older man.
10.
Beaten and broken. He earned it. He earned it. He earned it. You know, I don't have any sympathy whatsoever. He earned it. He earned it.
Dude, you stuck on stupid or what?
Unless you think this is a witch hunt, unless you think he's being railroaded, unless you think he's 100% innocent of these charges. I don't think so. I don't think so, folks. Bob Dylan, Hurricane. That's another prison song.
I will let
Elvis
you
Presley,
down.
Jailhouse Rock, The Clash.
I will
Jail Guitars, Doors. Some of these others, Sublime, Jailhouse, Soundgarden, Rusty Cage, Suicidal Tendencies, Institutionalized, Black Flag,
My
Peace Story,
sweetest friend,
Nas, One Love, that a jail
everyone
song?
I
Oh, Snoop
know
Dogg, Murder Was the Case That They Gave Me. Rico Was the Case That They Gave Me. I know that Snoop Dogg song, right? Murder Was the Case That They Gave Me. Rico Was the Case That They Gave Me.
Oh, get the fuck
Rico
off
was
the
case
stage!
that they gave me.
Ooh, Jerry.
Rico. Oh, you might hit me up with the Rico. There was a Meek Mill song called Rico and Drake. They might hit me up with the Rico. They might hit me up with the Rico. Or how about this? P. Diddy doing a little salsa.
What if he was there? Because he recorded it.
Rico,
But what if he was doing all this shit while Diddy was walking into that building?
P. Diddy, Rico.
And Diddy was like, man, could you just shut the fuck up?
Remember that song? Rico. Suave. I have a little...
Okay, that's annoying.
Diddy trial. The trial has begun. Day one is here, and currently they are on lunch break. This trial hearing has been going for 2 to 3 hours and is going to continue because jury selection is absolutely wild. What do you mean that Kim Porter's name was mentioned? What do you mean that Michael B. Jordan's name was also mentioned and that he's going to actually be a witness to this case alongside Kid Cudi, alongside Mike Myers?
Ooh.
What do you mean? First and foremost, hey guys, it's Murad Murali. Hope you guys are all doing well today. Daily and consistent content. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get to 400k. Let's get there. Click that button and subscribe. The trial has begun. I know you guys must have seen those queues outside the courthouse this morning at 8 a.m. in New York for media, court reporters, journalists who were there. Obviously wanted to get live in action. No shade. I do not need to be there. I'm very grateful to be here in London and reporting to you guys because all of it is, of course, being digitally reported for me to track and get everything down. I've written my own notes. I'm not going to read out the court transcripts to you. Otherwise, we would be here for 2 to 3 hours, and a lot of it will just get lost in translation. It is better for me to write my notes and get this video out to you guys in less than 10 to 12 minutes so that you guys know what's happened in this first hearing. The jury selection, guys, has begun at the Manhattan's federal courthouse, and what is interesting to me is that Diddy's family again do not appear at the courthouse. This is the first day of his trial. The first day of his trial, and none of his family have attended, but they were there when it came to all of his previous hearings or when he first got indicted. But when it comes to the big day in New York, none of his family have attended. That in itself shows huge fractures amongst the family, as well as the fact that probably their lawyers advise them not to do so purely because they're also facing their own lawsuits. So things have changed. Now Diddy is dressed formally, as we can see in the new court sketches. He's wearing reading glasses lawyers, and he is seated with his 8 lawyers. Not one, not two, not three. He's got a deck behind him, guys. He has 8 lawyers, and he keeps looking at the jurors. Court reporters have been stating that he actually is sitting there with his fingers, looking at them, and he's counting them with his own fingers. He's counting these jurors to find out who they are, what they are, and what is going on. Judge Arun is then asking the jurors questions, and he wants to get through over 150 of these jurors to see if some of them are going to be excluded based on their job, what they've gone through, traumatic, situations, do they know of Diddy, and etc. Now, what is worrying in this case and in the majority of this hearing is that a lot of the jurors, in response, did mention that they have seen some of the video of Diddy and Cassie. That's how viral that video went, and that's how much of a high profile this case is. That does not bode well for Diddy, that naturally even those jurors who are responding to Judge Arun in this case are stating, listen, I'll be
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? The day is finally here. The trial begins. Diddy will finally face a jury of his peers. Face a jury of his peers. But good luck with that, fam, because trying to find an unbiased jury in New York City or anywhere else in the United States or the rest of the world is going to be very difficult, because it is going to be hard for them to find one person who has not formed an opinion about Diddy's guilt or innocence. Think about that, fam. Who doesn't know? Who hasn't heard about the freak tapes? Who hasn't heard about the Cassie video? Who hasn't seen the Cassie video? The defense has a monumental task, because they're going to have to try to reprogram people's minds about who Diddy really is. They're gonna have to say, you see that guy on that tape kicking that woman, busting across the head?
A bitch deserves it. She deserves it, fucking idiot.
This guy right here, that's not him. That was another guy.
So stupid.
He has the same name and everything. It's the same person as far as physical, but mentally, that was not him. He was in a different space. This guy right here is Sean Combs, a respectable, but mentally, that was not him. He was in a different space. This guy right here is Sean Combs, a respected businessman and father and a loving friend, a leader in the community, an upstanding citizen who pays millions and millions and millions of dollars in taxes. This guy is different from that guy. That guy was a savage, I do agree. That guy right there was an uncivilized mutt. And he should be put down. But not this guy. Not the guy sitting right there in that seat. Not him. That's going to be hard to do. Now, here's the deal, fam. I know a lot of you are looking forward to seeing evidence presents itself about these so-called celebrity freak-offs, where celebrities are having sex on video. Don't worry about that. That's not being brought into evidence. That will not be submitted. They're not going to talk about any of that. Here's another big thing that's going to work in Diddy's favor. They are not going to talk about anything that has to do with having sex with minors, because as far as the judge is concerned, that never happened, and the prosecution don't have any evidence that Diddy ever had any sex with minors. But they do have that Cassie video. That Cassie video is going to determine what people decide they're going to do. Now, as hard-pressed as you think it might be to find one person who don't believe Diddy deserves to be punished for what he did for his actions, those actions, those particular actions, are not on trial. He's not facing criminal charges for those particular actions. What they're using it for is to shape Diddy's character. The judge allowed it into evidence so that the prosecution can show people what type of person this guy is, and show him that he has the propensity to be violent, and show him that he has the propensity to be violent. It's going to be a very interesting trial, to say the least, and we're going to find out some things we did not know. I believe this. This is what I believe is going to happen ultimately. There's going to be some back and forth. It's going to look like, oh, they got him. Then it's going to look like he slipped away. It's going to almost be like watching the damn Houston Rockets. Did y'all see that? No, hold on. I'll get to that another time, man, or maybe later. But, yeah, man, I'm traumatized. Anyway, fam, it's going to be like watching the Rockets or any type of sports, right? You know how they go back and forth, and it's hard to tell who's going to win. Just when you think your team got the victory secured, here they come, mounting a comeback. So this is what I believe is going to happen in the Diddy case. I do believe that it's going to look early on that Diddy is done. Early on, it's going to look like he's done, like stick a fork in him. And then the prosecution is going to fumble like they do in many cases. A lot of times we don't see that because, we're not in the courtroom. But the prosecution fumbles a lot. The reason why the prosecution can be so successful is because the prosecution has a lot of latitude to fumble the ball. They're the prosecution. So usually the burden is on that person over there defending themselves. And the prosecution got major resources and major backing. The prosecution is backed by USDA. You know what I'm saying? USDA. But the prosecution is backed by the U.S., man. Like the biggest and baddest, or one of the biggest, baddest countries in the world. So they got the money, they got the resources, they got the benefit of doubt. What do you think is going to happen if they unsnag? They'll just unsnag her. They'll just say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're here to protect you. See, that's the thing about the prosecution. The prosecution gets the benefit of doubt because it is assumed that the prosecution is here to represent the people. That's why it says the United States of America versus Sean Diddy Combs. Have you ever seen your name on paperwork like that? Imagine seeing your name on paperwork that says the United States of America. It's over 300 million people in America versus you. Put your name right under that. Man, that's right there in and of itself, man, is intimidating. Like, you couldn't think about that, man. You would be like, man, that knocked the wind out of you. So, I do believe that Diddy is going to actually beat this case. I say beat this case because I do believe he's guilty of some things, right? At the very least, that damn Cassie video. That Cassie video, man, that Cassie video was devastating to watch. And I do believe he deserves to be punished for that, not just getting hit in the pockets. I mean, come on, man. Like, you can't do that.
You
That ain't
fucking nigger. God
So,
damn you,
but
Mojang.
I think
I'll slit your fucking throat.
Diddy is going to beat this case.
I'll slit your
He
throat,
has the
Mojang niggers.
resources. Yeah, the feds have a 99% or 98% conviction rate or whatever it is.
See? I'm
But
gonna
not
slit
when
your
you take
fucking
it to
throat and
trial.
blow up your goddamn
When you
building.
take it to trial,
Fucking faggots.
I think it's slightly lower, right?
I'm gonna fucking kill you
Diddy
cocksuckers.
has the resources.
Someone fucking kill them idiots, please.
Assist with minors, which is a big thing. People don't like that.
God
People
damn
don't
them.
like that. Take
I'm gonna
that out.
fucking slit their goddamn throats.
I don't think showing celebrities having sex would hurt him at all. I mean, but that minor thing, that sex with minors, that would be, that's out. You're not
I
gonna
would have
talk
started
about
this
that.
goddamn cunt all over. I'm thinking about starting all over
The
them.
people have already formed their opinion about
Fucking
Cassidy.
niggers.
And as hard pressed as you think the defense might be to find a juror that is not going to be biased in
Stupid
favor of
niggers.
Cassie,
I'm gonna slit their goddamn throats in their
and
sleep if they
they're
don't
gonna
knock that
find
shit off.
somebody to put on that jury that has looked
We're
at
some
that
goddamn human
video of
traffickers
Cassie,
when we
has
need
seen that
them.
video of Diddy beating on Cassie,
Freedom of speech too, you
they
Google
made their
cunts.
mind up that
Say what the fuck I
this
want.
is bad. But I don't believe this guy is still like that. They're gonna hear from people, character witnesses, about how kind Diddy was and the good things that he's done. They're gonna hear about bad things he's done too from other people. But they're also gonna hear from other people about how good Diddy is and all of the good he's done. They're also going to be reminded of the songs that Diddy has made and the artists that he's impacted. And some of those artists and songs are, some of those songs from artists are soundtracks to their childhood. Some of those songs are soundtracks to some of the best moments in their life. They remember being in college and dancing to All About the Benjamins, you know. They remember the Diddy's and the Faith Evans and all this music, this great body.
What's that
of
Faith
music
Evans was a country
that
girl?
Diddy was behind. And I do believe that they're going to give him some grace because of that. Yeah, I know they shouldn't, you know, but they are, because that's just how the human mind works. I think there are some people, they may find at least one or two people that are on that jury that really, really do believe in that Bible and believe in forgiveness. And saying, yeah, he did that, but he should be forgiven. You know?
Depends on how
So,
graphic the show is.
when I consider all of the variables, especially the fact that he has the resources and he is a billionaire. That billionaire is different from just being a good person, you know, with a good job, you know, a good career. That billionaire is something different. America lock up billionaires. They just don't. Even if they do, they
You
lock
can
up.
write something in the chat if
They
you
do
want.
not lock up
If you're
billionaires.
there,
But
probably
what's
gone.
man? Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Nigga,
No more talk.
no more top. Nigga, bust your motherfucker.
For today's video, I'm going to be discussing the life of a child whose whereabouts
Willie D. Live.
What's up, family? The day is finally.
For today's video, I'm going to be discussing the life of a child whose whereabouts remain a mystery to this very day. Very similar to stories like
my
Nation Agreed, Shelby, North
backstairs.
Carolina, and Eton Pates here in the city back in the 70s. I'll be including a lot of details from the past that aren't meant to make anybody look bad or to bring back any bad memories. They're just details that are very relevant to how this story. For today's video, I'm going to be discussing the life of a child whose whereabouts remain a
Hi,
mystery
guys.
to this very day. Very similar to stories like Aisha Degree in Shelby, North Carolina, and Eton Pates here in the city back in the 70s.
Willie D. Live.
What's up, family? The
Atheists destroying Christians. Atheists. Oh, hold on. Oh, this one. Okay, never mind. Someday I find you've been creeping round my back stairs.
Seem irrelevant, but at other times undermine
Oh my
what
God.
he's trying to say. And that is the true ring of authenticity. Because if someone were to... What's that?
An example?
Well, here's an example. In the Jewish tradition, the testimony of a woman was considered inherently suspect. But the testimony of men generally reliable. And therefore, not that the testimony of women is disregarded altogether, but you needed, for example, many women to say the same thing. Now, the Gospels tell us that when Jesus was crucified and put in the tomb, if I were Mark or I were Luke and I were trying to be inventive and I were trying to establish a truth for posterity, I would not have it that a group of, let's just say, hysterical women, Mary Magdalene, whoever it was, a group of women go to the tomb and they're the ones who find the tomb empty. This is like a little dubious because most people are going to go, well, yeah, we know, but women, you know. So here's an example of the Gospels insisting upon a point that would only make sense if that was actually the way it happened.
Allow me to answer that, if I may.
Go ahead.
If I may. This is a commonly presented argument for the historicity of the resurrection, which, by the way, now we're talking is...
Well, I'm not... No, hold on. I didn't say it's an argument for the historicity of the resurrection. I said it was an argument...
Let me say a word.
Okay.
Now we're talking about these texts as they are historical texts. And the thing about the women is, look, this is quite straightforward to me. Who anoints bodies? Who goes to tombs and anoints bodies after someone dies? It's not men, it's women. And so if the authors of the Gospels had the men go to the tomb to anoint the body, which is what Mary and the other women were doing when they went to the tomb, that itself would be very strange and give us reason to doubt the historicity of the events. In other words, it's like if there's a task that women do, and that task is how Jesus' empty tomb is discovered, then why would he invent it? Why would they invent a story that has men going and doing it? Secondly, you said that you need multiple women's testimony. How many women go to the tomb? Multiple. Thirdly, what do the women do immediately after seeing the empty tomb? They run and tell the men who come and verify it for us. Right. So I don't think that this fulfills the criterion of embarrassment at all. In fact, I think the opposite is true. I think that if this was an invented story, I'm not saying it is, by the way, but if it were, then of course we could expect from people who discover the empty tomb to be women, because it's women who go to anoint the body at the tomb.
Okay, what is the evidence? You brought up Islam, you brought up Mormonism. Well, in Islam, this only supernatural really claim is Muhammad. It's one eyewitness. And I agree with Deuteronomy. We shouldn't trust anything unless it's at least 2 or 3 witnesses. So we have 4 that you agree with. In Christianity, when it comes to Mormonism, again, Joseph Smith is the only person to say that Moroni appeared to him and he said Jesus and God the Father and a lot of other strange things.
I'm not sure just
but only one person, only one eyewitness in both those cases, both those religions you brought up. But I'd like to...
Tap on my window. Come on, guys. Okay. Could have sworn I heard the tapping on the window there. I noticed this controller doesn't do that. awkward shit no more.
Hear the evidence.
Well, I don't know.
Romans.
I don't know if you studied Mormonism very much.
Oh, I studied it.
There are 11 eyewitnesses, and they
To
all.
the golden plate.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're going to compare golden plates to the resurrection of Jesus?
No, I'm just saying if you're a historian,
Yeah.
and what you're doing is you're saying we're going to trust eyewitnesses.
Okay, I'm fine with them seeing golden plates, but what does that
Four of them say they saw Moroni give them to him. Four saw them.
Some of
Who actually signed affidavits.
half of them left the faith.
They left. No, they didn't. They left Joseph Smith.
They abandoned Joseph Smith, yeah.
But when they abandoned Joseph Smith, they continued to say that they saw Moroni. So you credit those.
Okay, well that would only be 3. But
No,
to abandon Joseph Smith,
it's
Joseph
5.
Smith is the foundational prophet.
It's 4 plus Joseph Smith. That's fine. I'm just saying, are you being impartial, or are you saying it's more likely because these are biblical?
Well, okay.
In those cases, by the way, we actually have their testimony.
Okay.
And it's within 100 years.
But
so
it's good enough.
with the New Testament, you don't have Peter's testimony, or James's testimony, or the 500. So you don't have. You've got Paul.
But what we have is good enough to convince you. For the New Testament eyewitnesses, you've already agreed that
this
Jesus.
is exactly my point.
Jesus appeared to them.
Exactly my point.
With Moroni,
I agree they claimed it,
but let's stick with.
But that isn't proof that it happened.
You mentioned a quote I've heard many times. I've heard especially in the skeptics community, which is the idea that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And I want to hear your opinion on this, but I think that this is circular. Let me explain why I think it's circular, and you tell me where you think I'm wrong here. If I have an extraordinary claim, like Jesus has risen from the dead, and you require that I have extraordinary evidence to prove it, whatever evidence I offer that's extraordinary will in itself be a claim that's extraordinary, to which you can respond, I won't believe that until you have more extraordinary evidence. Well, if I do bring that, well, that's also extraordinary, but you don't believe unless you have extraordinary evidence, and this just circularly goes on forever, ruling out ordinary evidence or hypothetical extraordinary evidence that can never never even enter the conversation.
No. The statement is extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. When you say, if I present extraordinary evidence, that's now extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. No, that is not an extraordinary claim. It is evidence that would satisfy the extraordinary. A better way of phrasing it might be that in order for the belief to be warranted, evidence must be sufficient or rise to the level of the extraordinariness of the claim. If I say, hey, I just bought a winning lottery ticket, that's an extraordinary claim. When I have the money, that is the extraordinary evidence that the claim was true.
I think an even better piece of evidence would just be, I watch the lottery numbers or I look them up online, and then you show me your ticket and it has the right numbers on it, and that's really ordinary evidence.
No, because I can print a winning lottery ticket. I'm a magician. Magicians do this trick on stage all the time. The extraordinary evidence is actually getting paid by the lottery commission, not just, look, I have something that matches those numbers. This is the failure of skepticism that you are engaging in this process.
And this is what a skeptic would do. They would say, okay, what is the evidence I have? How do I investigate whether this event was supernatural or whether it was just a coincidence or a story from somebody else? And it doesn't seem like you've got any criteria for showing what is supernatural as opposed to a huge coincidence.
Well, true, but I'm sure you've ordered from Amazon before. I have, or from eBay. Okay, so I've never met anybody who works at Amazon or eBay, and yet I bought things from them. And what happens is they promise that if I send them this payment, they will send me this product. I've done this very many times, and invariably it's always happened. Now, I don't know who those people are, but you couldn't convince me
that those products coming to me was unrelated to my having sent the payment. I believe that if I pray and something happens that's inexplicable, and it happens numerous times, maybe hundreds of times in my life, I don't think I'm irrational thinking, okay, there's a relationship between the request and the product, as it were.
Do you pray a lot? Do you pray a lot?
Yeah.
Are your prayers not answered? Do you pray and nothing comes about?
Well, the Bible doesn't say all prayers will be answered. I believe in the
No. It's a question. Do you pray and nothing happens?
There are prayers that I've had that did not happen.
Okay, so basically, no, but hold on a second, because you brought up this Amazon thing. It would be like me sending money to Amazon. Sometimes I get the product, sometimes I don't, and I decide they're correlated, because the times where I send the money, eventually a product will come to me. That is what you are doing. Well, it's a little it's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. It's you only counting the hits and ignoring the misses.
Okay, but let's go back to the Amazon thing. If Amazon wasn't promising to send the products, but they said that there will be times when they see fit that they will send a product if you send a payment. Well, that's a
I would send a payment then. Yeah, I would send a payment.
Most people would not, of course.
Yeah. That would be a fool's errand. Really, it's just up to their whim whether you actually get what you want or not. So that's the point. Why pray if they're basically saying, we're not, sometimes it'll...
Like you're looking for an explanation of my thinking, but you don't want me to hear it. You don't want to hear it. Okay. What I would say is this. It'd be a very bizarre business model, to be sure. But it... Under those circumstances, I did send money, and I did get the product I ordered. I would say there's a correlation there. I might say I'm not sure why these other times I didn't get a product, but I'm not going to say this is a coincidence that I got the very thing I ordered for the exact price I paid.
Thank you all for your patience.
When it comes to prayer, it's far more complex than most people think.
So let me ask you a question. Do good things happen to you when you don't even pray for them?
Yes. Yeah, the Bible says God knows what we have need for before we ask.
Okay, so the more apt analogy is that you get things from Amazon, sometimes out of the blue, with no input from you. Sometimes things just come, and sometimes you order them, and the thing that you want comes. And you're basically going through
Motherfucking nigger, took my flower, bitch.
This company, the ordering of it is what's causing it, when in reality, good things come even when you don't order it. So it is not the order that is making the things come, because things are coming anyway.
The difference with prayer is that prayer is a relation between a child and a father, not a business. So let's change the analogy just that the person.
The analogy is sort of nonsensical at this point.
Okay, so let's make it not nonsensical.
When you look at prayer, it's essentially an effect to build your personal relationship with God, to essentially relate yourself to God and in a relationship with God. Then it becomes a different action. I think that the problem is that people have expectations of prayer where they believe that they can, essentially summon God to conjure something into existence, which is nonsense, right?
Alright, let's carry on.
It would help if the Bible didn't actually say that everything you pray for you will receive. But then the reason that you have to pray doesn't make any sense either, because God already knows whether he's going to answer your prayer. He knows what you're going to pray for, whether you're going to pray or not. He knows what the answer is going to be, so there's no point in praying. He already knows everything that's going to happen. So the only reason that you pray is this. This is the reason you pray. Because anything you talk to as if it can hear you, any imaginary thing, whether it's the ghost of your dead relatives, whether it's Xenu, a telepathic connection to extraterrestrial aliens, whatever the fuck it is, it could be a volleyball with a bloody handprint on it. If you talk to something imaginary long enough,
it'll start talking back to you, and that's why you pray to God.
How do we know that Matthew is an accurate reporter of the facts that he supposedly witnessed?
First of all, you explore his document that he wrote carefully, checking such things as Greek manuscripts, checking such things as internal consistency, checking such things as archaeological support of the place names listed in the document.
The place names?
You go to other documents.
Archaeological evidence of the place names is corroborating evidence?
Yes.
So is the existence of New York corroborating evidence for Spider-Man?
If you think God's a real loving God will burn someone forever.
Corroborating evidence. I was born in New York City in 1954.
No, it's actually not.
Yes, it is.
The existence of New York
Hospital in New York City. The fact that New York City is archaeologically...
The existence of a hospital does not corroborate the claim that you were born there.
Statement that I was born in New York City. If there was no New York City, then you'd have good reason to question.
Correct. Correct. But you're committing a particular fallacy where you are reversing something.
Well, good. It's been sweet, hasn't it? Been good. Hey, today's Baptism Sunday, and I gotta move with this sermon, okay? I've got a very short time, and I have a lot to say. So here's what we're gonna do. I want you to pull out your notes if you got them. Pull those out, or
This
the
nigger.
Church app. I just updated
Goddamn
those
you.
on there as well. You can find them on the app. And again, so this series we're in a series called
fucking hate
Prove It,
scissors.
Dealing with Doubt. Specifically, doubts about faith, doubts about Jesus, doubts about the resurrection. Is it all made up? Is it a hoax? Can you trust it? And I just want to take some of the pressure off the room for a moment. Listen, we all have doubts at times. Everybody has doubts. I'm a pastor, and I'm admitting to you, I have doubts sometimes. But can I also tell you that every time I've had doubts and I've pursued answers to my doubts, God has shown himself to be faithful and true. And that's what I want to do with this series. I want to help you to discover that you don't just have to believe by faith, you can have facts. I want you to write this in. Here's one of the main ideas of our series, that the Christian journey may start with faith, but it sticks with, say it with me, facts. Facts. So, blind faith is good. And I'm so glad that we have a God who moves emotionally in our lives, that you can feel his presence, that he shifts you and changes you. To be honest, if all I had was facts to believe in God, I don't know if I would. But I also have faith in emotion and the Holy Spirit moving in my life, that there's something supernatural about my faith, that it's not just facts. So I'm thankful and grateful for that. But I also want to partner that with a deep-seated foundational faith for why you can trust the Bible to be true, that Jesus is who he says he is, that he actually rose from the dead, and that changes everything. And that's what this series is about. If you missed last week, we started off this series in week 1 talking about Jesus who. Like, did Jesus really live? And the things about him, did people really say that, or is that something that's been fabricated and made up over time? And last week, if you missed it, go back and watch, because we set the foundation of the series that Jesus was a real person, and the claims about him really did happen. And we're going to dig into more of those claims today, so that we can walk on a firm foundation of facts as well. Do I have any conspiracy theorists in the room? Anybody like a good conspiracy theory? Okay, man, proud ones with your hands raised high. Like, truly, I think everybody gets a little bit interested in conspiracy theories, because it's always like it may be crazy, but there's always like enough of the question of, well, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like, that, what if? You know, so like one of my favorite movie series that I watch with my family, my kids love it too, is the National Treasure series with Nick Cage. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I love
And
it.
so, like, in that movie, whether it's true or not, I'm gonna believe it's true. Okay, so he's like pursuing, he's a treasure hunter, he's pursuing all these different conspiracy theories, Abraham Lincoln's death, and all these different things, Area 51, like, there are all these conspiracies. I mean, even us today, like, we think about this, like even like the moon landing. Like, some people question whether the moon landing really happened. In fact, somebody after this service, I can guarantee, is going to come up to me and say, it didn't happen, brother. Didn't happen. You know? And even just the last couple of years, like in the wake of the coronavirus, and some people call it a pandemic, others call it a plandemic. You know what I'm talking about? Like, so there's conspiracy theories all around, and as long as humans have existed, I think conspiracy theories are out there. There are ways that we try to explain the facts and try to line things up to try to make sense of something happening. And today I want to address some of the largest conspiracy theories that we can ever dig into, and they're circulated around the resurrection of Jesus. The resurrection of Jesus. I want you to write this in, or rather the second week of the series. Here's the title: The Resurrection Conspiracy. The Resurrection Conspiracy. Because I do believe that there are some people here, or maybe watching, you're a skeptic, or you know a skeptic, and they do not believe the resurrection happened. They believe it to be a hoax, some concocted story, some made-up events that is duping people into some kind of religious practice. And today I want to address
Mark will tell you things that not only seem irrelevant, but at other times undermine what he's trying to say. And that is the true ring of authenticity. Because if someone were to... What's that?
An example?
Well, here's an example. In the Jewish tradition, the testimony of a woman was considered inherently suspect.
Use your brain.
Well, use your brain is not a particularly robust response to that, because use your brain how?
It's called common sense, Matt.
No, it's not called common sense. Okay. That is, science is not common sense, and investigation is not common sense. This is the thing. If you can't just go use your common sense, your common sense needs to be trained, and it needs to be trained by good information, good models, good evidence, good heuristics. It's not just something that happens. That's what's wrong, is that your common sense has been mistrained. And it begins by assuming that there must be a God, therefore that God is judge, and you are going to be guilty under that God.
I never assumed anything.
Really?
You are convinced that God is the best explanation for the parting of the Red Sea?
Yes.
What if it turns out the Red Sea didn't occur?
Well, then there wouldn't be an explanation necessary if it didn't occur.
Okay, so then you'd be wrong on both counts.
Yes.
What if it turns out that the description of it was exaggerated, and it was that there was a natural explanation or some other explanation that you're unaware of?
And how are you going to verify that historically?
How did you determine that God is the most probable explanation for this thing which may or may not have happened?
Because if it's a miracle, as recorded in the Bible, which I have no reason to doubt, then I can believe that it occurred. I do believe that it occurred, then it fits a definition of miracle. It's within my worldview. It's fine.
How did you determine that it's a miracle? I mean, isn't that question
valid? Because it's the parting of the Red Sea is a pretty good miracle. Don't you think that would be a miracle? Look, you and I are on a ocean liner, and we're arguing about this, and we see the ocean just part down to the... Would you say, I've seen that before 50 times?
No, but the fact that I haven't seen something... So what I'm saying is that a miracle is question-begging, because you are already asserting by defining it as a miracle that the explanation must be God or supernatural.
There's just no way to ever show you or prove any evidence for God's existence, even the parting of the Red Sea, even
you might try to convince people.
Now, you like to hear yourself talk. So nobody can really demonstrate anything to you because you like to argue, as most atheists seem to really like to argue.
No.
And I really...
Hang on. I will get back to you and you can talk, I swear. There's one thing you've got to understand. All I'm asking is for you to demonstrate the truth of what you're saying. Not simply assert that it's true. Not claim that I don't understand because God hasn't given me a gift. Demonstrate the truth of what you're saying.
If there is a God, he hasn't done anything to make himself clear. And I don't understand why any God that would give somebody a rough feeling that maybe this passage might be relevant to their life wouldn't just say...
It's a scam.
Right? That's what faith is. It's not.
Chris.
You live by faith. You don't live by evidence. That's what Christianity is all about, right?
We understand that much.
And that's why I reject it, because faith is not a reliable pathway to knowledge or understanding. Okay, let me put it this way.
exactly like the past. And that is because we have this trend of that always happening.
So the future will be like the past, because the future's been like the past in the past.
Well, yes, as long as you're not claiming...
That's a logical fallacy.
No, it's not, because I'm not asserting that there is absolutely no difference in the future. I'm saying that my position is that I believe, and I believe that I am rationally justified in believing, that the future is going to be pretty much like the past.
So if I said to you, you've just proven I'm never going to die because I've never died in the past, would that not be a logical fallacy?
No, because we know that people die.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm a lot like those other people except for one thing. I've never died.
And that's true for everybody right up until the point they have.
So, therefore, that being the case, on what basis do you assume that the future will be like the past?
I assume that in the future you will die.
That's not my question. If I drive past 1,000 red houses, okay, and somebody asks me what color is the next house going to be,
okay,
how can you answer that question?
You don't know what the next house is going to be.
Okay, but that's exactly your argument when you say the future is going to be like the past because of the past.
No, it's not, because the question is different. If you were to say, based on...
Special pleading.
No. Based on... Go ahead, it's good, it's fair. Based on... Go ahead, it's good, it's fair. Based on the houses that you've seen, what would you predict the next house is going to be? That's the world we live in, a world where we are making predictions based on probabilities from our experience of the past. We are not declaring that we have tuned into the absolute reality and have divine revelation that the next house is going to be red and that we can't be wrong about that.
But you make assumptions, I make assumptions, and if we have evidence and we have to make the least amount of assumptions in order to explain something, it's no problem. The parting of the Red Sea, for example, if I presuppose God did it, it works. Whether or not it's true is a different issue we can talk about. It certainly works.
And if I presuppose that sea parting pixies did it, it works.
There you go. You like pixies, man. I'm just a shirt with pixies on it. Because that's what you seem to like.
What the fuck?
We have Matthew in North Carolina, thanks.
Hey, how are you doing?
Pretty good, thanks for waiting.
I would like first to give a shout out to my friends on the Atheist versus Christian Debate Central Facebook page. They had encouraged me very strongly to call you, and I was not going to do it today, but fortunately I had a chance to do it. I am a Christian, and I debate on this page pretty often. I just have one question for you, and maybe a follow-up question. I know that you acknowledged being a Christian for years up into your early...
Are you talking to either one of us? Because that's true for me.
Yeah. Yes, you specifically. By the way, if any of you have children, happy Mother's Day for Jen. Okay. If you have children. I do. I'm not sure. Like I say, I keep up with the show a little bit, but I don't know a lot about your lives. But every once in a while, I tune into the show as far as on YouTube after it's already been recorded. But my question for you, Matt, was since you acknowledged believing Christ as a child,
well, as an adult.
Okay, yeah, up into adulthood. Hypothetically speaking, if you were to die and find out that everything in the Bible is true, could you ever stand before God and say, I never had enough information to believe you existed?
Yes. And moreover, if I were to die and find out that everything in the Bible is true, I would have enough integrity to identify that God as a moral thug.
I've heard that plenty of times from atheists, so I'm not surprised.
Well,
so
if everything in the Bible is true, then God sanctions slavery, and that's immoral.
Well, as far as slavery,
actually, Matthew, because that's my go-to thing that we do over and over again. Instead of let's just pretend like I didn't mention slavery, and you can answer your follow-up.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So you said that you could stand before God and say, I never had enough information to believe you, even though you admitted believing in Him as a child.
Yes, because it's possible to believe things for bad reasons, and the reason I don't believe is because I found out that I had bad reasons for my belief and could not find good ones.
Okay, now this is my follow-up question, and that's really it. Since you agreed that you believed in it for the wrong reasons, so to speak, as a child,
and an adult,
could you acknowledge that possibly there isn't such thing as a no true Christian? And Anthony Flew coined the phrase "no true Scotsman."
Okay,
and
he didn't, but
a common argument. Could you acknowledge that I did not really understand what I was believing?
Actually, he might have. You're asking me if I can acknowledge that. I think you're asking me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that my view of Christianity when I was a believer may have been the incorrect view. Like there's some other version.
That's not necessarily the incorrect view, because I watched your deconversion story on YouTube, and you said you went before you believed. You said you accepted Christ into your heart, kind of believed all that stuff.
Yes.
Which is very common if you study the Bible. It pretty much is open about children accepting Christ, coming to Christ from the mouth of babes. God has ordained praise. They naturally know, according to the Bible, it teaches that they naturally know who their Creator, who God is. And you kind of demonstrated that there as a child.
Then I'm just trying to. I don't understand your question, so maybe try and phrase it one more time.
Well, okay. The second part is since you acknowledge believing for the wrong reason, does that mean that you are not a true Christian to begin with?
Okay. I actually have a video I posted about this, and I think it's on my YouTube channel. Maybe it's called something like, was I ever a true Christian or something like that. I have to look it up. So there is a longer answer to this, in part because it came up in discussion. And my answer is this. If your definition of true Christian is someone who actually has a relationship with the risen Christ, then I was never a true Christian. But I also don't believe anybody else is, because I don't believe there's a risen Christ to have a relationship with. If your definition of true Christian is someone who is convinced that they have that relationship, then yes, I definitely was convinced. And, I think probably one of the biggest things that'll maybe make this clear for you is I recently did a debate with Mike Lacona on the resurrection, and I did it at an unapologetics conference in a Baptist church. And members of my former church, the Baptist Church of Harvester in Charlotte, Missouri, that I hadn't seen in 30 years, flew down here to attend to this debate, and one of them got up during the Q&A to basically say, hey, you may not remember me, but, back when you were in the church, we all expected you to go on to great things and all the sorts of things that you would expect from someone in the youth group who everybody expects to be a minister. His question was basically, what happened? So not only was I convinced that I had this relationship, but the people around me, family and church members, were also convinced of that. So whether or not I'm a true Christian entirely depends on how you want to define it.
Okay. So, one last question. As far as this past October, you moderated a debate between Airman and Price. Yeah. And you had kind of admitted that Airman done a better job presenting the evidence than Price did. Did any of that persuade you towards, hey, maybe Christ is a historical figure, or is that something you're still kind of wrestling with?
I don't have a problem with the idea that there may have been an actual person. I think, for me personally, I remain unconvinced of the mythicist position, which would assert something, Jesus did not exist, that I don't think they can demonstrate. My position is there's still a big problem here, because if Jesus existed, and if he was divine, and if he died for people's sins and was resurrected, etc., these facts should be wholly unassailable. They should be the most clearly attested, obvious. There should be no possibility that someone could object. And so while I'm okay with the idea that there's an actual person there may or may not be. There may be several people there. But if you look through the Gospels,
fuck over there and lying
and
niggers.
removing everything about Jesus' life, for which we don't have independent, reliable confirmation,
we can't independently, reliably confirm miracles. We have no good reason to think that the words that are attributed to him, written decades later, are as accurate as some people might think they were. I mean, I've heard lots of speeches. I've heard lots of speeches in the last year. I've heard some that were incredibly important, and I might remember a phrase from it. But to think that I could recite the entirety of something like the Sermon on the Mount and not make mistakes is bizarre. And when we have something like the Gospels, who we have no idea who wrote them, they weren't written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, so those are names that the church put on there. If we start extracting all the things that are claimed about Jesus and say, this pile over here represents things we can't confirm, I understand why the mythicists are objecting, because the other pile is virtually non-existent. We can't confirm his birth, we can't confirm his parents, his relatives, we can't confirm his death, we can't confirm even the date. They got the dates in the census wrong. They have different genealogies. We can't even confirm that his name was Yeshua, if he was there. Maybe there were 4 different itinerant Jewish rabbis, because we know there were a bunch of messianic figures around this time that got glommed together and had things added to it. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just saying that it's not absurd to consider that as a possibility, and this is a damning problem for Christianity. The fact that they cannot unassailably demonstrate that Jesus was in fact a real person, let alone that he performed miracles and was divine, etc. So, I mean, I could concede that Jesus existed. I could concede that he did some of the things that are reported and that we have a somewhat accurate record of what he said. And that still doesn't get me anywhere near concluding that he performed miracles and was divine, or that this divine nature was something that I should care about.
You fucking niggers. I'm not doing this shit, you guys. God damn you. Down with that bullshit. Faggots. Hold on.
So, the question of whether or not it's true, I don't.
God damn you, fucking Mojang. I'm gonna blow your asses up. Fucking niggers.
Hasn't and seems incapable of meeting its burden of proof that he did exist.
Okay, if Christianity met their burden of proof, everything that you just mentioned, which obviously a lot of that you just mentioned could be debatable as far as who wrote the gospel, stuff like that, because there are, obviously I'm sure you know about several of the books out there that kind of trace that back and do a tribute, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John to writing those, which, that's debatable. I'm not really interested in that at the moment.
So no, not even New Testament scholars within Christianity hold to this idea that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I mean, you can find somebody on the fringe of scholarship, just like you can find somebody on the fringe of scholarship within mythicism. But even within Christianity,
Josh McDowell, some of those, there's ones I'm thinking about, and I know that
Josh McDowell does not. If Josh McDowell says that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I'll buy you a steak dinner.
Okay. Well, I can't tell you.
But he's still wrong either way.
But here's my view, my position on that. Because it's not their gospel, it's Christ's gospel. I understand why their names are not attributed to it, because we're not actually trying to give them credit for it. This is the gospel of Christ. So,
what do you mean by it's the gospel of Christ?
Well, obviously, it's the death and resurrection of Christ.
Okay, but if I write a book about Elvis, is it my book or Elvis's book?
Well, it would be your book, obviously.
Right.
But we're not talking. See, what I'm saying is, Jesus, we don't worship them. You would be acknowledged for being the author. Yeah.
Yeah. But so does that mean?
Even if you never wrote the book about Elvis, it wouldn't change who Elvis was. Somebody else would have written the book about Elvis.
But you don't get to assume that my book about Elvis is factually correct.
No, I'm not saying you get it, and you're an atheist. Obviously, you don't. Obviously,
I don't know what being an atheist has to do with whether or not my book about Elvis is factually correct.
I'm a Christian. I obviously I take it on faith that everything written is, you know, as everybody, as you know, as a Christian, the
then
writing
we can,
of
Matthew,
live by faith.
Matthew, we can have no conversation then, because if you're going to take it on faith that this is accurate, is there anything that you couldn't take as accurate based on faith?
What do you mean in the Gospels?
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
Couldn't you use faith to just be an excuse to believe whatever you want?
But yeah.
Okay. So that Matthew means that faith is not a pathway to truth, and not a reliable pathway to truth, right?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not a pathway to truth.
Okay.
Just
So
like you
why
may be true.
Why then would you say that you accept this thing, the single most important thing, on faith?
Because before I became a Christian at age 19, I read the Bible beforehand. There was a lot of things in it that, well, you know, this is kind of interesting. I don't really quite understand it. Once I accepted Christ as my Savior, I started understanding it much more, started studying it more in depth. And as I started looking at the world through what the Scriptures, and my atheist friends would laugh at me because I actually say I put my Bible glasses on when I look at the world. And what I have found is what the Bible pretty much says about the world has been demonstrated, as far as I can say, pretty accurately.
Such as?
To take it, well, for example, Matt brought up God being an immoral God.
Yeah.
The Bible actually is pretty, I believe it's Psalms or Proverbs 1, it says, it pretty much says that, you know, some will view God as a shrewd God, some will view him as pure.
Yeah, how do you tell which one of them is right?
Well, obviously, both of us, if there's some that view it one way and some the other, I would say, at least in that instance, the Bible's got it right.
No. I'm saying if somebody, okay, here's this God character that we're told about, and I look at him as an immoral character, and you look at him as a moral character. And when I ask you why you view him as a moral character, it's because you put on your God glasses and take it on faith. How do we tell which one of us is actually right about that character?
Faith. That's all you take.
I don't need faith, and I don't have any use for faith. And by the way, I don't think you do either. For example, let me ask you this: is it morally correct to own another person as property?
No.
Okay, then why does the Bible not only allow it, but describe all the circumstances you would need to justify it?
Actually, the Bible condemns slavery.
No, Matthew.
Thou shalt not steal. Yes or no?
That has nothing to do.
Okay, this is the dishonesty of putting on your God glasses, because you're not actually looking at it. Matthew, let me finish. You're not looking at it with your God glasses. You're looking at it with the God glasses of an interpretation of a particular selection. Have you read Exodus 21?
I just want a simple answer. Yes or no? When you take somebody against their will, is it stealing their freedom? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, will you answer my question?
Thou shalt not
Have you
steal.
read Exodus 21? What does Exodus 21 say about slavery?
I don't know. You have to quote the verse.
Oh, it's the whole damn chapter. And just for you, I'm going to read it.
Which one do you?
I'm going to read it so that you don't say I'm taking this out of context. Exodus 21. This is the NIV. Do you have a preferred version? I can switch real quick.
English Standard Version.
Absolutely.
You can do the NIV. I don't really care, but ESV uses it.
No, I will go with the English Standard Version. Let me.
Okay.
Boom. English Standard Version. Oh, sorry, I picked the English Standard Version Anglicanized. I should have just gone with English Standard Version.
He's got a point though. Thou shalt not steal, which means so God won't contradict His word. So that means that the reversion of slavery. Okay, 10, negative 10. Negative 997. Oh. I was gonna try to fucking take all the goddamn shit back to the fucking Homeward building. Motherfuckers. Give me something to munch on, motherfuckers. About 1000.
IV, do you have a preferred version? I can switch real quick.
English Standard Version.
Absolutely.
If you can do the NIV, I don't really care, but ESV is usually my
No, I will go with the English Standard Version. Let me... Okay. Boom. English Standard Version. Oh, sorry, I picked English Standard Version Anglicanized. I should have just gone with English Standard Version. There we go. Here we go. Now, there are rules that you shall set before them. Exodus 21, beginning at verse 1. When you buy a Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years, and in the 7th he shall go out for free for nothing. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. So this is specific. The first few verses are specifically about Hebrew slaves.
If I lose my shit, I'm starting all over. I don't give a shit.
Slaves, and it applies to male slaves. It gives you the rules on when they must go free. But if you give them a wife and kids, they remain your property. But if the slave says, beginning at verse 6, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him to God, and he shall bring him to the door of that door, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, basically pierce it. It's not a brutal. I'm going to tag you like a sheep. And he shall be his slave forever. So already we have a way and result in having a Hebrew slave that is yours forever. But it gets worse than that. Sorry?
You would consider that a trick?
Well, yeah.
Hey, I bought a slave and I have to let him go after 6 years, but if I give him a wife and he wants to stay, he's mine forever? Yeah, I consider that a trick. However, Matthew, the fact that you focus on that as a trick, rather than the fact that already we've shown that it is possible and encouraged by the Bible that you can buy slaves and that you have a specific treatment for Hebrew slaves and that you can still end up with Hebrew slaves that are yours forever, don't focus on the trick. Focus on the morality. Take your guy glasses off for a second, or your selective guy glasses, and continue. Because I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not remotely done. I'm not done.
There's much more, Matthew.
In verse, we're continuing on in verse 7. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. So now we have a separate rule for how to treat your female slaves. If she does not please her master, I don't know what that means, who has designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has broken faith with her. If he designates her for his son, wow, that's cool, he shall deal with her as a daughter. Oh, so now we bought a female slave, and eventually she gets to be treated like a daughter, which, by the way, is not necessarily, which is not necessarily a good thing, as daughters and wives are property and don't hold the same value or rights as men in the Bible that you're applauding. If he takes another wife for himself, hang on, let's need another wife. Does that mean the slave that he bought first was a wife? Because now talking about another wife, he shall not diminish her food, clothing, or her marital rights. And if he does not do these things for her, then she shall go out for nothing. That's how they get out of it. So, verse 12. Whoever strikes a man so that he dies shall be put to death. This has nothing to do with slavery. It's just a general rule. If you strike a man and he dies, then you get put to death. But if he doesn't, but if he didn't lay in wait for him, but God let him fall into his hand, then I will point for you a place where he can flee. But if a man willfully attacks another man to kill him by cunning, so basically we're going through, hey, here's some stuff going on. Whoever strikes his father or mother,
Oh, that's my area right here.
sells him. Whoever steals a man and sells him and found in possession of him shall be put to death. But let's continue down to verse 20. When a man strikes his slave, male or female, with a rod, and the slave dies under his hand, he shall be avenged. But if the slave survives a day or two, he is not to be avenged, for the slave is his money. This is Exodus 21, by the way, is not the only passage that talks about this. There's also passages in Leviticus and Deuteronomy that specifically tell you to buy slaves from the heathen that surround you, that your slaves are yours. Yes, you can bring up that after 50 years in the year of Jubilee, you have to let them go free. But, how long did people live then? Argument over. But it says, these people become your property, become your money. They can be passed on to your children. Correct. For foreign slaves, it's explicit. For Hebrew slaves, it's only after you pierce their ear and they become your property forever. You can then pass them on to your children. However, here's the question. Is there anything that is immoral in what I just read? No. And here's why. No, you're done. And you can claim that I'm dishonestly refusing to listen to your garbage all you want. You can go throw a fit. You already acknowledge that it's immoral to own another person's property, and I just read you the verses that show you how you can buy the heathen from the lands that surround you and make them your property to pass on to your children, and how you can also choose doing into it. I'm not interested in your let me talk to and see if it makes it work, because I'm more moral than that, and I think you are too, and I find it repulsive that your religion is poisoning you so much that you could start off by saying it's immoral to own people as property, and when I read you the verse in your book that explicitly says, in no doubt about it, no specific interpretation, that you can own people as property, and then I ask you if it's immoral, your answer is no.
Over there and whine, Nick.
Fucking get pissed off. I get pissed off this goddamn girl. 10:35, 10:51. God damn you.
I think you are too, and I find it repulsive that your religion is poisoning you so much that you could start off by saying it's immoral to own people as property. When I read you the verse in your book that explicitly says, and there's no doubt about it, no specific interpretation,
No
that you
uncertain
can own
terms.
people as property, and then I ask you if it's immoral, your answer is no. You are done here, and you need to take a personal inventory of both your morality and your religion, because it is inhuman and embarrassing.
I have to say, I love the fact that you asked him if he had ever read Exodus 20, and he said,
yeah,
or Exodus, and he said, well, yeah, and then didn't know what it was. So, yeah,
it's all right. I don't have every verse memorized. Just the convenient ones.
No, but I mean that's kind of a central thing, and it's one of the things that if you're a Christian and you don't wrestle with that particular part of the Bible, I think you're doing it wrong. And obviously, James or whatever his name was, he had come to terms with this in some way. I think he's wrong, and I think it's immoral how he tried to justify that.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the chapter.
But I don't get the sense that he actually had ever wrestled with that. I think he just accepted the justifications that he'd been provided.
Well, this is the same thing I did.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, what he was describing here, when he said that as soon as he saw things through the lens of faith, then he started to believe, he started to see, all this stuff. And that is a textbook description of indoctrination. As soon as you're indoctrinated that this is the way and this is how you have to see things, and you just trust this inner feeling, this faith, then everything will fall into place. That's what indoctrination does to you.
This is why when he acknowledged that there's nothing that you can't justify based on a faith claim. Yeah. So he believes the Bible, he believes it based on faith. And so what he'll do is he'll pick out the verses that he thinks are opposed to slavery, as he did at the start. Oh, you shouldn't covet. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm not opposed to coveting either. By the way, the United States is built on coveting, keeping up with the Joneses.
Right.
It's
Our
what actually makes
economic system is built on that.
Holy crap, my neighbor just got a new car and it's way more awesome than mine. I covet it, and it can, in fact, encourage me to work harder and save more in order to get a better car, which might also be better for the environment. So coveting can lead to good things. The Bible is one of the most simplistic pieces of work ever written. Thou shalt not kill. Well, have you looked at the penal code related to killing another human being? There's murder 1, murder 2, murder 3, manslaughter, involuntary homicide, all these things, because we recognize that life's more complicated than thou shalt not kill. Meanwhile, right after thou shalt not kill comes a whole bunch of killing. Mm-hmm. Oh, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's ox. My neighbor doesn't have an ox. Yeah. If the fact, the inclusion of the ox there, yes, I understand it's about coveting anything. But if you were God, and you were inspiring, and you wanted to discourage people from coveting, would you actually include language about your neighbor's ox or ass? I mean, your neighbor might have a nice ass. But wouldn't you just go with, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's property? Yeah. Because nobody has, nobody around here has oxes. I mean, like Rick. Yeah. You don't have an ox, do you?
I don't have an ox.
Because if you had an ox, that would be awesome. Because I would be over at Jen's coveting that damn thing all the time. Oxes are cool. Oxes. Oh my gosh. I mean, I've lost the ability to speak English.
And to try to claim that thou shalt not covet means that you're not supposed to take slaves. All that means is that you can have slaves, you just can't covet your neighbor's slave.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, but by the way, just as a tip for Christians, this won't help you out a whole lot, but it'll help you out a little bit. If somebody comes up to you and talks to you about slavery, don't go for verses about coveting. Instead, you might want to try going to where Paul asks for his slave friend to be let go. That doesn't tell you anything about Paul's position on slavery or Jesus's or God's, but at least it's stronger than thou shalt not covet.
Yeah.
I missed the one question that I love to ask and should have. If it's not immoral, James, will you be my slave under what the Bible says I'm allowed to do? Would you willingly agree, not even just let me purchase you and point to the Bible and say you have to go along with this? Would you volunteer to be my slave under what the Bible says about slaves and what I have a right to do to slaves and what your rights are? I know you're not on the line anymore. That was a dramatic pause, because I don't believe any person would do that. Just like your immediate impulse was to say, of course it's not moral to own people's property. You are better than your holy book. You are better than your God. You have benefited from an enlightened society around you that discovered, unlike the people who founded this nation, that slavery is immoral. Slavery is a stain on the United States and every other civilized country. And where it still goes on in some form or another, it's an abomination that deserves to be opposed nonstop. Almost everyone recognizes this. And yet when people get involved in trying to defend their religion, they will tap dance and twist and well, that was only moral then. Okay. When did it stop becoming moral? When did it stop being moral, and why? Why was it okay back then? Was it okay to rape back then too?
Yeah. Did God change?
Yeah. Did the unchanging source of morality change at some point? It's a bizarre kind of, I don't know. I've just been rambling on about this, and we need to get to.
So we're going to go to here to serve. Pronouns are he, him in New York, and they're a theist. They want to say that you were never a Christian, which would be a fair statement to me, so I assume...
Yeah, I'm assuming they're talking about me. Yeah. What's up, Paul? You're live.
Thank you. I want to dispel this notion that there's such things as former Christians, because I believe that's an oxymoron. And it's quite interesting the way I've seen you guys use the word faith. Are you appealing to the parameters outlined in Scripture to determine what the word faith means? Because when I go to Hebrews 11:1, it says, faith is
the evidence of things not seen.
And the evidence, let me repeat one more time, evidence of things not seen. And 1 Peter 3:15 says that we are to give a reason for the faith that we have. So I heard you guys speak and use the word faith multiple times. Even the last guy that was speaking to you guys, he's not a Christian, he's a philosopher. Why are you using the word faith as in it doesn't imply evidence?
Well, I'll tell you this. Did you know that other people use words that Christians may not use in the same way? Did you know that faith was not invented by the word Christians? And that specifically the word that you're using there is Greek in origin. So the reason why people use faith in different ways is because people use words in different ways. And that's just the end of it. You know?
I do understand that, but if you're going to call yourself a Christian, you have to limit yourself to the parameters of what the Scripture qualified the word as.
Well, J. Mike and Objectively Dan, neither of us are Christians, so we're not limited to any parameters, honestly. We don't have to limit ourselves.
You guys said former. That's what I'm here to contend.
Yes.
Former Christian. I'm not here to argue that you were Christians or are Christians today. That's not what I said in the beginning. I said former Christian. Why are you saying former Christian when you don't even know what a Christian is? That's the point.
Well, I was a former Christian, and yes, I am aware of the verse in Hebrews that describes what faith is. And when I was a Christian, I used faith in that context. And now I sometimes use it in that context if I'm talking. What evidence did I have? What do you mean?
Yes,
of the faith?
Because the word Hebrews 11:1 says evidence. So what evidence did you have that made you a Christian?
Well, I obviously didn't have evidence. That's why I'm not a Christian anymore.
Wow.
What do you mean?
Oh my gosh. So let's.
You needed evidence? But you didn't have evidence, but you still were a Christian.
Yeah, the evidence was bad. There was no good evidence. That was the conclusion that I came to.
I don't know in other contexts that he thinks you would leave Christianity.
Yeah.
So how about this, right? We know your claim. We understand your claim. Why don't you make
Hold on a second. Is fig another name for apple? So everybody thinks Adam and Eve took of the fig, but I don't. I think it was the apple. Because you read in Genesis, Eve saw that the tree was good for fruit. And what do you see with your eyes? And then saw that the tree was good for food, and it was pleasant to the eyes. And the only fruit, okay, she was created by God taking a rib from Adam. And Adam was created in God's image, so there's a link from God to Eve. But only one fruit, talking about Israel, is mentioned associated with God's eye. That's the apple of God's eye. So that connects. And that's why I believe, based off of a vision I had too, that the apple is, and it is the fruit that Eve took of. And you cut an apple in half, it looks like two pupils with the whites of the eyes. Interesting idea. That's a good question, though. Quest is in question. I'm confused. Apples and figs don't grow in the same climate, so how did Eve eat an apple and then cover it up with a fig leaf? Sorry, just a distracted mind at the moment. Appellation, foods, and recipes. The Bible never specifies the fruit. Some scholars say it was in a pomegranate. Both grow near me. Now, if the Mormons are right, the garden would be in zone 7A. Many variants of apples and some figs can grow there. Fig leaves. Maybe the leaf of an apple is called a fig leaf. The Bible does not say what type of fruit Eve ate. I think it does, it just doesn't say it word for word. You gotta do the math and figure it out. There's no mention specifically of that fruit being an apple. Second, we know that fig trees did grow in the Holy Land because they are specifically mentioned in the Bible as the covering Adam and Eve used to hide themselves, problem solve. Good old Virginia, right next to DC. Figs and apples and many other kinds of fruit all grow quite happily. She didn't eat anything. That is a reference to the sin she committed. There were no apple trees in the garden. She sinned physically with the serpent. It is just one of Satan's names. Can we say multiple translations? The Bible wasn't written as an instruction manual in English. And then the Bible as to what fruit she ate. Could be pineapple or an orange. We don't know. Damn, I'm gonna have to start doing videos. Um. Dark oak sapling. Mangrove. Oh, what's that mangrove? What is the mangrove sapling called in Minecraft? Propagule. Hold on, guys. What is the cherry blossom sapling called in Minecraft? Cherry sapling what? You fucking serious? Let's see what else. List of all the Minecraft trees. Jungle. Pale oak. Oh. Vacation. What is the pale oak sapling called in Minecraft? Pale oak sapling. Pale oak sapling. Do you not? Still got 5 fucking people. You guys are awesome. You heard me the first fucking time. Doggone ya.
So we're gonna go to
arguments.
Yes.
Lawyers.
Got a theist, Kevin in New York, wants to know if the hosts have complete knowledge of the Bible and whether they are versed enough to draw conclusions about it. Kevin, you are on with Mike and Matt. How you doing?
Hey Matt, hey J-Mike, thanks for taking my call. The reason why I proposed that question to the call screener is because it kind of leads me to other questions that I have. That I kind of think I have answers to, like, for example, whether or not you can tell whether someone is trying to expound the revelations of God or not.
Well, I can tell you right now that I definitely do not and never have had complete knowledge of the Bible. I just have more knowledge of it than probably most of the overwhelming majority of people who are sitting in a pew anywhere. However, I don't think complete knowledge of the Bible exists for anybody, and I don't think it's required to have complete knowledge of it to draw conclusions about it. But if you've got insight into something, I know that we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, and Kevin, real fast, if I can add, when you make a statement of having full knowledge, like, let's suppose that one Christian claims that and another does. I'm willing to bet that they probably don't agree on parts, so I don't think we would be able to call it knowledge, especially on different interpretations. So I want to know even what you mean by that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. My mind's going in a whole bunch of different directions, but I guess you can sort of look at it philosophically, especially from Plato, in which I'm probably going to butcher the quote, but...
Do you have complete knowledge of Plato?
I'm sorry?
Do you have complete knowledge of Plato?
No. But it was a quote that resonated with me that says the highest form of knowledge can be formed from empathy, from the ability to step outside oneself, which is just an expression. And
it sounds like a platitude.
Yeah.
Which I'm not all that interested in. So let me ask you this real quick, Kevin. Does anyone other than God have complete knowledge of anything, including the Bible?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so then why would you ask us if we have complete knowledge if your view is that nobody but God has complete knowledge? And by the way, how would you ever be able to tell if someone had complete knowledge if you yourself didn't?
That depends, because I also believe that God expresses himself through the individual in many cases.
That doesn't remotely touch on what I asked. What I asked is, how could you, as someone who does not possess complete knowledge, ever know if anyone else had complete knowledge?
I wouldn't be able to.
Right, which also means that you cannot know whether or not God has complete knowledge. You just believe that he does, but you can't know that.
That's true.
So let's toss out everything that was in the call screener, everything about having complete knowledge. What is it that you think you have some insight into that we need to benefit?
Well, I know that you guys refer to an exhaustive amount, so that, you don't understand this because you are not understanding it spiritually. But I only have two examples that I want to tell you very quickly. Like, for example, in the Bible it says that people fall into error by understanding the law, but not the spirit of the law. And I know you can say that you don't know what that means exactly.
I don't really care what it means. It's just Kevin, you're just begging the question. You're just telling me about something that I already don't think is true, and telling me to listen to a part of that. But and I kind of agree with the part you said. You guys aren't outside of yourself. I don't agree with the empathy part. Well, yeah, I agree with. Hold on. Let me finish.
So the issue is that things I believe in, right? I use this example a lot. I go look at a biology book, and I'm like, oh, okay, allele frequencies change over time in a population. Well, that proves it. That would be faulty. I have to actually take myself outside of that. I need independent attestation. I need independent evidence. I need something to confirm it. I need to show how the novel predictions have actually done what they're supposed to do, right? And we can do that. We have things like the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. We can actually test certain factors and see whether or not evolution is occurring in a population. I don't need to read a biology book or have someone go, oh, you need to read it this way, you need to understand it that way. It's very specific in the claims, and we can go test that. What can you do with that with the Bible?
Well, yeah.
I don't want appeals to like my emotions or anything. I want like, actual independent attestation.
It doesn't really appeal to the emotions because we can quickly imagine someone who falls under that category of all day, every day, who studies the law of the Bible, but doesn't come to a point to where it becomes a part of who they are. They don't live by it. Another example that I wanted to tell you.
No. I need to pause you, Kevin. You don't get to go on to a second example if we haven't understood or acknowledged or said something about the first one. I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying on the first one.
Yeah, it sounded like you didn't even answer my question. I'm asking you for what is independent. You're now going back to me and saying, well, if I read it this way or if I understand it some way, I'm not understanding how that isn't evading the point.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand what you guys are saying exactly, but
yeah, things that I believe in have independent evidence. I don't have to appeal to the way I read something. I don't have to appeal to just the book or just the claim itself. I have actual evidence to back up that claim. What you're telling me are just things that are claims. We're not getting anywhere because it's no different than someone positing if I have to read the Quran a certain way, or if I have to understand someone's philosophical arguments for a necessary being, or you're not providing any independent attestation to suit what I find in my epistemic reasoning, which is to back that up with something. You're just telling me to kind of go back to me on that.
When you say, here's what the Bible says, the first thing that pops into my head is, why should anybody care what the Bible has to say? It's not like it's a science book. It's not like it backs up its claim with evidence. And then when you go on further to suggest that perhaps we don't fully understand what the Bible has to say because we're not reading it with the Spirit of God or the God glasses or the emotive thing. And what J. Mike's saying is basically, hey, first of all, why should we care about the Bible? And can whatever you're saying, can you back that up with independent attestation, with evidence, with an argument? So if you could just summarize what the first point is, like in one sentence, then we might be able to ask the question that clarifies what the first point is.
well, the claim is actually simply that the Bible is a revelation from God in the sense that it transcends what humans would think as morality, for example.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't at all. First of all, saying the Bible's a revelation from God is something you need to prove, not just assert. But if your proof is that you think it transcends what humans would think, you are demonstrably wrong. Because it echoes what humans thought throughout history, and it gets morality wrong all the time. Let me track all the time. It frequently gets morality wrong, and it frequently makes statements that are exactly what you would expect from Bronze Age goat herders without the advantage of game theory, without the advantage of thousands of years of people thinking about these issues, and not the least of which is the notion that it doesn't treat women as equal to men, it allows for slavery and endorses that, it supports genocide, it doesn't want you to eat shellfish or wear mixed fabrics, it's willing, God's willing to kill people for picking up sticks on a Sabbath. It is a grossly immoral book, and the fact that you think that it transcends what humans think just shows how much you've sacrificed your own humanity on the altar of this idea. So prove that it's a revelation from God. But even if you could prove that it was a revelation from God, all that would prove is that God is an immoral thug that we shouldn't be listening to.
I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to attack you in any way, but I mean, I was listening to what you said. I don't claim to have complete knowledge, but a little bit more studied than the average Christian, in which that was one of the things that Jesus was sentenced to death for. In which,
Kevin,
one of the most profound
Kevin,
things that
please
he's
stop.
ever said.
Kevin, please stop. Please stop for a second. I'd like you at some point to rewind and listen to what you just said. I countered your claim about it transcending human knowledge about morality. And what you said to me was that you don't mean to attack me, but you don't have complete knowledge, just a little bit more than others. There's no reason for me to consider any of that attack. And then you followed that up with, and that's what Jesus was killed for. You're not even listening to what I say. Shut up, Kevin. Shut up right fucking now and let me finish. You are not listening to what I say, and you are not responding to what either of us say. J. Mike asked questions that you ignored. I addressed your claim about the Bible being a revelation from God and being more moral, and you deflected to something completely irrelevant. What Jesus was killed for has nothing to do with anything I said. Are you going to answer the questions that you've been asked, or are we going to move on to a caller who will?
Yes, I'll answer the questions.
All right. So the first one was independent attestation or independent evidence for the claim. Don't go back to the Bible.
Something that's independent from the Bible?
Yes.
Because a lot of what I've heard you guys say is entirely.
You're not answering the question. Answer directly, please.
Well, there's philosophical points that can be decided.
Yes, I get it. We can a priori assess things. I'm asking you for a posteriori, empirical evidence. I'm not asking about what you can think about in the armchair.
Empirical evidence is, I mean, we all live different lifestyles, but the ones that, per se, are given as an example in the Bible
Stop talking, Kevin. What you just said is empirical evidence is we all live different lifestyles and what it says in the Bible. That's not a coherent sentence. It's not a cogent thought. It does not answer his question. It goes right back to the Bible after you were asked not to, and it demonstrates that you don't have the first clue what empirical evidence is, because you said empirical evidence is we all live different lifestyles. That has nothing to do with anything. I hate to do this, Kevin. You are incredibly confused, and even this most simple, straightforward questions, you reply with sentences that have no content of value.
What you guys mean by... I know exactly what you guys mean by evidence.
I bet you $1 million you don't.
I feel like if you did, you would have at least given an attempt to do it.
That's exaggerated.
But when it comes to evidence, I also believe that the human experience is limited.
Kevin, you also believe the human experience is limited. You owe me $1 million, Kevin, and however long this call's been on, you owe me that much time too.
Yeah, you didn't even provide one thing. Like, go back and listen to the call. You didn't provide a single thing. You went back to the Bible, you went back to how people feel about stuff. If those are your standards of evidence about that, then, I mean, you're going to draw very many conclusions about different metaphysical claims that I don't know how you're going to differentiate between the two without special pleading.
And neither of us are denying that human experience, I will flatly say, is valid, is reasonable to rely on to some extent, but we also know where human experience fails and why individual claims themselves are not evidence. But when you respond by saying you know exactly what we mean and that human experience is limited, you are once again uttering sentences that are not in any way a response to anything we've asked, and this is now a waste of time, Kevin.
I'm sorry, I really do believe that I'm using logic But
Okay, Kevin. Do you know what else is limited? You know what else is limited? Science. Science is limited in a lot of ways. Okay, but it still can provide basic, rudimentary predictions for things in the future. We can substantiate claims within it, or we have models that we can say, well, they're not necessarily substantiated, or this could go with the data that we have. We have similar issues of that, but that doesn't get in the way. Whereas what you're saying just goes to, like, you throw your hands up almost. It's like you don't have anything to give. I don't know how you feel confident about the belief if you can't answer a simple question about the. I just know that if I believe in some claim like that, or really any claim I believe in, I can give you a reason why I believe it, and it won't go back to my emotions about it. It will go about something that's independent of me even existing. If I died tomorrow, or if I didn't live, it does not affect it. And I don't feel like you are understanding the importance of that.
I do. I do, because, I mean, I can't sit here and tell you guys that 100% of the Bible is a book of morals. Some of it's just story. But when it comes to things that we can then test and compare to real life things, it happens on an individual basis in which, yes, we look at the Bible and, yeah, is this right or is this wrong? You know what I mean? We can discrimination.
No. Here's your sentence. I typed it because I typed quickly. Here's your sentence. Part of it, as you stated it. We test and compare to real life things. It happens on an individual basis. And yes, we look at the Bible. You don't know what empirical evidence is, and you don't know how to address any of these questions. You keep going back to the Bible, and you keep uttering sentences that are not connected. If this were a syllogism, you don't have major and minor premises and a connecting point. You can't construct a syllogistic thought. You sit here and you say you think that you're speaking logically. You're not. You're not even speaking coherently half the time, and that's very concerning, because it's like you start a thought and you move on to another thought. And I'm not trying to beat you up over it. I know plenty of people who do that, either because they're nervous, because they have some mental health condition, because they are stressed, or because maybe they've never had to face challenges on this. Maybe they're just used to people going along agreeing. It doesn't matter what the reason is. You are not speaking cogently about the subject. Like, for example, if I asked you, can you define empirical evidence?
Well, I don't know if you're going to take this as empirical evidence or not, man. But the things that
the answer is no.
From the Bible, things that I can add to myself and inform on how I live my everyday life is the second example that I was trying to give to you, in which, say for the sake of argument, you can compare the life of a rich man compared to someone who lived in poverty. Now, to understand it spiritually, you can actually arrive at the conclusion that the person who lived in poverty lived a much richer life than someone who was financially rich, for example.
Okay, Kevin, we're done.
Yeah, this is
No, Kevin. You did what you wanted to do. You did. Shut up, Kevin.
You're muted, Kevin.
You did what you wanted to do, which is to get your second incoherent point out. But I'm done listening to any point from you at all. Because your second example was, you can compare the life of a rich man to someone in poverty, and to understand spiritually, you can understand the conclusion that the person in poverty lived a better life. No, that is all just you tossing out garbage. Yes, I can compare the life of a rich man to someone living in poverty, and when I compare those, I can find lots of similarities and lots of differences, and there's no guarantee that either of them is going to be morally superior or morally deficient. You are generalizing in a broad way, but when you say to understand spiritually, when you haven't defined what spiritual is or why we should care to understand it spiritually, that's also a failure. There's nothing more that I ever need to hear from you, Kevin, other than, hey, I've thought about this. I now am willing to define what empirical evidence is, and then either present empirical evidence or acknowledge that I didn't have any in the first place and that I was just duped like many other people.
Yeah, and I want to add real fast, Kevin, real fast. I want to add that everything that you had said previous to that, in the experience of life and how one person lives over the other. I've heard, I talk with a lot of spiritualists, like New Age spiritualists. There's nothing you said different that they don't plug in crystal or manifestation into. Right? You're on a par with so many metaphysical claims on such like a very low standard. I'm gonna drop the call, Kevin. I want you to go back and listen to it, because there's a lot of things I feel like it should not be as difficult for you to conjure up some empirical evidence if you believe the claim is true. If you can't,
define it.
Or to define it. Yeah, I would just call back and listen back to that, because otherwise we're not going to make any progress in the conversation. That's just a waste of time. I literally get the same arguments when I go on to. So sometimes I'll go on this app, it's like Stereo or something. There'll be a lot of spiritualists on there, and I'll join their panels and ask them why they believe what they believe, and it's the same kind of thing. There's nothing of substance there. It's like just very platitude filled. Feel good about the way I'm talking. I never get that. Because if I had that, I would believe in so many things in my life.
I think the reason it's extra frustrating for me is that, he started off with this, do we have complete knowledge? Which, of course, is nonsense. Nobody does. It's ridiculous. Do I have more knowledge of the Bible than Kevin? I don't know. Kevin might know the Bible way better than me. We'd have to, take a test to find out. I really don't care. Because when I was a Christian, when I was a Southern Baptist, fundamentalist Christian going to church, I knew the Bible less well than I do now. And I believed some of the same things that Kevin did, but I could still express them in a different way. I never went to, if you asked me, and we're not going to do this as a fun exercise, but I could put on my Jesus hat and tell you how and why I believed what I believed. It was bad reasons, but at least it was a sort of cogent argument or something that you could make sense of. It was never if you want to look at this story here and get it from a spiritual sense, you can go. It was like, there's so many fragmented thoughts in what Kevin says, and I'm genuinely, I'm not mad at Kevin, I'm not irritated, I don't want to beat him up, I don't know what his issues are, because it could be nerves, it could be, who knows. But all I know is that when I went forward, when I was a Christian, it's not my job to prove to you that God exists. That is for God to do through the Holy Spirit. My only job, from the Great Commission, is to share with you what I know about the gospel and the answers that I've received, so that the Holy Spirit can perhaps work through me to lead you to the one true risen Savior. Now, that sounds much clearer than what Kevin said. It's not backed up by any more evidence than anything Kevin said, but it is at least something you can grasp onto, because I'm not saying you need to understand this spiritually or that there's some argument or evidence behind it. It is absolutely God saves those who he will. That's it. It is salvation by grace through faith. That is my view from, when I was a Southern Baptist. That is so much easier to explain than either the pantheist stuff that Mike was calling in, or Kevin's really confused thing of, he thinks there's some hidden spiritual something to get out of the Bible, but he can't put it into words, and that's got to be really frustrating.
Well, you're using something that you don't have a basis for defending, and then having to use something else in the spiritual sense, which is a whole nother metaphysical claim that you haven't substantiated. In order to defend the claim that hasn't already been substantiated, it's just like, I'll see how you don't realize the issue with that. But
it reminds me of a debate I did recently, and not to beat up on Kenny again, but I will, and that is that, it was, is there good reason to believe in God? And Kenny's good reason for believing in God was to point to essence, which he couldn't define or demonstrate was even real. So his entire thing boiled down to, yes, there's a really good reason for believing in God, and it's this other thing that there's no good reason to believe in, and I can't demonstrate or prove. It's bizarre, because when you buy in, this shows, like I was saying earlier about what is harmful about beliefs. Magical thinking is always harmful. Doesn't mean it's harmful all the time. It just means it can potentially be harmful. And so, if you buy into a notion that is wrong, and it doesn't seem that on its own it doesn't work, like the notion of essence, that there is something penny about a pen, or something humany about a human that goes beyond its parts. There's something that transcends that. As soon as you buy into that notion, which in and of itself may not be harmful, it opens the door to everything else that you can base on.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, that was a fun debate. I watched that. Yeah, the essence thing is interesting. I feel like it commits you to non-existent things as well, but that's a whole boring.
He reached out to ask me if I'd come visit with him in his class at some point. He hasn't given me a date yet, but I said yes. I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that. We have another.
Jose?
Hey, Jay, how are you?
What's on your mind?
Hey, yeah, I'm thinking about the transcendental argument. And I sensed a non sequitur there that I don't know how you follow. So I agree with the transcendental argument, right? It's undebatable. But then the extrapolation that you do, and this is the place where the logical gap that I see is then hence orthodoxy. So how do you do that jump from there to there? Isn't that a non sequitur?
No, because there's no such thing as generic God. So how could the transcendental argument prove a generic God when there is no generic God? It has to be specific. The only God that fulfills the requirements for grounding the transcendental categories, for giving a metaphysical system that makes sense of the world, of history, of reality, the past, the future, etc., telos, causation, is the Christian metaphysic.
How come? That part is the part that I find as a non sequitur.
Because, again, there's no such thing. If you admit the transcendental argument works to do what? There's no such thing as a generic God. It has to be specific.
Right. Why not the holy enchilada or whatever?
The holy enchilada? That doesn't do any grounding work.
Well,
how does a holy enchilada do? How does a holy enchilada do the work of grounding transcendental categories?
Oh, it's very tasty, by the way. No, seriously, the part that I don't get, right, is you can make any fictional character that
How does a fictional character, if it's admitting that it's fictional, wouldn't work to do grounding? Because it wouldn't be real.
Okay, you can make a linguistic artifact that satisfies all the.
No, it wouldn't. How would a linguistic artifact ground metaphysical categories?
The same way Christ does. He's a linguistical argument. Like it's just a fiction.
It doesn't do any grounding work if it's a fiction, idiot.
We're in ad hominem now? Okay, great. Bye.
This is the third time I explained this to you. You've already been refuted. Yeah. So how does a fiction do grounding work?
You went ad hominem. I don't waste my time here.
Yeah, I went ad hominem because what you said was stupid for the third time in a row. I answered your question 3 times and you didn't understand it.
Yeah, whatever. Man.
Hey, bro, the holy enchilada is coming for you, man.
Oh, great. And racist. That's beautiful.
Oh, see, now, yeah, so you can blaspheme, but when I make fun of your joke, it's racist.
No. Do you know why?
I don't want to hear that shit.
Bro, hey, more chips?
Do you know why?
Do you want more salsa, bro?
We got a theist, Kevin in New York, wants to know if the hosts have complete knowledge of the Bible and whether they are versed.
I wish these guys would debate John MacArthur. Ben Shapiro on hell. Fucking idiots. Fucking idiots. Ben Shapiro on hell. Fucking idiots. Ben Shapiro. You guys aren't doing this shit to me. Fucking idiots. Quit this shit.
When Giuseppe Fiorelli was appointed to oversee the excavations of Pompeii in 1863,
Ben Shapiro talks about hell. You fucking cocksucker. I know that ba, 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 ba. Oh, you motherfuckers. I got pranked. What? I'm just messing around. But I know what I saw, fucker. It was there. It was there. Liar.
You say that Scripture is contradictory?
Well, I say that Scripture is some Scripture is time bound and some Scripture is not. So the easy one, that the sort of easy way to distinguish, is that when the Bible says not to do a thing, then that tends to be non-time bound.
And when it says to do a thing?
And when it says to do a thing, that may be a temporary permission structure, but it could also be a wooing.
Even if this was a liberalizing force, and even if this was not as bad as other slavery, do you think that the ownership of other human beings under the conditions of the Hebrew Bible are immoral?
Yes.
So how do you account for God commanding something which you now see to be, or rather permitting something, and explicitly and giving you details about how to do something which is proactively immoral?
Because he's not permitting me, permitting my great...
I know this much.
You say that Scripture is contradictory?
Well, I say that Scripture is some Scripture is time bound and some Scripture is not. So the easy one, that the sort of easy way to distinguish, is that when the Bible says not to do a thing, then that tends to be non-time bound.
And when it says to do a thing?
And when it says to do a thing, that may be a temporary permission structure, but it could also be a wooing.
Even if this was a liberalizing force, and even if this was not as bad as other slavery, do you think that the ownership of other human beings under the conditions of the Hebrew Bible are immoral?
Yes.
So how do you account for God commanding something which you now see to be, or rather permitting something, and explicitly and giving you details about how to do something which is proactively immoral?
Because he's not permitting me, permitting my great grandfather to do something
immoral.
that in the time was not considered immoral.
It wasn't considered immoral,
Right.
but was it immoral? Now,
By today's standards.
you say that Scripture is contradictory?
Well, I say that Scripture is some Scripture.
What? Jennifer Aniston? Hold on, guys.
Crazy breaking news regarding
Current
Jennifer
UK.
Aniston, the actress. Some mystery man plowed his vehicle into her front gate of her Bel Air estate today. And then Jennifer Aniston's security team held this mystery man at gunpoint, who later got arrested by LAPD. What in the heck is going on with Jennifer Aniston? I got some footage of the incident and a little bit of information.
What? Hold on. I'm looking up some of this.
But there is a history of near extinction events, and one of the things that I've looked at, because I'm trying to figure out, between fiscal 1998 and fiscal 2015, there were 21 trillion of undocumentable adjustments in the U.S. government. If you go to our website, missingmoney.solera.com, we have years and years of documentation, including the government financials that show this. And so the question is, where's all this money going? And one of the things I've looked at in the process of looking at where all this money is going is the underground base and city infrastructure and transportation system that's been built. And
I'm sorry.
yes, so we have built an extraordinary number of underground bases and supposedly transportation systems. Some of these are some of these are documented as part of the national security infrastructure. I think there are many more. So,
in the United States?
In the United States, and all over the world.
Let's take a live look at Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are looking to get to the bottom of who's responsible for numerous drone sightings near U.S. military bases in recent months. Today's House subcommittee hearing comes months after the White House said those drones spotted over New Jersey were, quote, not the enemy. News Nation's Brooke Schaefer is keeping tabs on this one for us. Brooke, good morning. I remember those drones over New Jersey. People were worried.
Oh, yeah.
Who's treating these drones as a serious threat now? Hannah, officials from the Department of Defense and the FAA are expected to testify in this hearing in Washington, D.C. later today, addressing what at least one lawmaker described as a significant threat to our national security. The subcommittee on military and foreign affairs says drone sightings over military bases have shot up, and U.S. military sites are being exposed to surveillance, espionage, and potential weaponization. Congress today looking to tackle those vulnerabilities and answer the question of who is in charge. Subcommittee Chairman Congressman William Timmons said U.S. agencies' confusion over who's responsible for countering increased drone activity severely hinders our military's ability to respond to threats in real time. As you mentioned, today's hearing, it comes several months after a number of drones were spotted over New Jersey, prompting serious concern for weeks from people who live there. Some of those drones were reportedly sighted over 2 military installations, according to the Department of Defense. There was a spokesperson for the Joint Staff called those sightings typical. But a top Northcom and NORAD officer told the Senate Armed Services Committee in February there were 350 uncrewed aircraft systems reported last year over 100 different military installations, telling senators these drones pose a growing threat to safety and security.
Senator, the primary threat I see for them in the way they've been operating is detection and perhaps surveillance of sensitive capabilities on our installation.
The subcommittee chairman for today's hearing in D.C. calling for swift action to defend the American people. Hannah? A lot of eyeballs, no doubt.
It's been a fixture in Colorado Springs for 60 years now, keeping us safe in a dangerous world. The North American Aerospace Defense Command just allowed its first tour in a decade. And tonight our Michael Abeda takes us inside Cheyenne Mountain.
The tunnel to the base inside Cheyenne Mountain is iconic, but what goes on inside is top secret. It's been the subject of intrigue in popular culture for decades.
You know, you have to mix between, what you see on Stargate and what you see in the movies. But I tell you, it's pretty impressive.
And while it was built in 1958, it's still probably the safest place in the world. That's because the base itself is a wonder of technology and engineering.
when you walk through that tunnel to come here and understand the scope and breadth of the vision of people in the 1950s to build this complex and know the protection it affords. Like I said, it's impressive.
Cheyenne Mountain was bored out to create space to build an Air Force base inside of it. That means the base itself sits behind tons of solid granite. That's sufficient to sustain almost any blast. But as if that wasn't enough, there are also two 23-ton blast doors that can be closed in 45 seconds to completely seal off the base. If there's a nuclear bombing of the facility, the building sits on gigantic springs to protect all the people and sensitive equipment inside from the shock of the blast.
The protection it affords, you know, it's pretty amazing.
Oh, fuck. I don't want to yawn, damn it. I'm not tired. I don't want to be tired.
There's increasing tensions with state or non-state actors. If there was ever a physical threat to Peterson Air Force Base, we would be here. We would live here and fight out of here.
Inside NORAD, Mike Laveta, covering Colorado. From 2021 to 2023, I took one of the smartest subscribers in the Slayer Report network, and he and I spent 2 years collecting all the data and all the allegations on underground bases, and then we systematically went through and tried to estimate our guess. This is totally a guess of how many underground bases, both underground in the United States, but also underground under the ocean around the United States. And our estimate was 170, with the transportation network connecting them. And what would be the purpose? The purpose, if you thought you were going to get a near extinction event, so there, to me, there are two purposes. You have so many activities going on that you need to keep secret, that you're basically building the capacity to, for example, if you're doing a secret space program, you need to platform it from, you know, things that can't be seen. But I think if you're worried about a near extinction event, you know, that's...
So I know nothing about this other than my window into it. I know a contractor who worked on one in Washington, in the city of Washington, D.C. And I remember him telling me about a power box, like a transformer box on Constitution Avenue that he told me, because he worked on it personally, was actually the exit, the egress from White House. That was done by vehicle. So that was, when I was like, really? He goes, oh yeah, no, I installed it, I know. And I thought, well, that's kind of crazy that in the middle of this big city where I live, I was on Constitution Avenue every day. You could build something like that without me knowing. Under the VP's house, the Naval Observatory, same thing. I think most people know that. Next to my brother's house.
Motherfuckers. Oh, I'm gonna kill that nigger.
So, like, but that's, I always thought that was like...
Fucking fat nigger. Fucking fat nigger. Just ruined all my goddamn crops, you fat nigger. I'm gonna slit your goddamn bison throat, bitch. Fucking fat buffalo cunt.
I did an interview of Richard Dolan on underground bases on the Solari Report, and it's sort of an introduction to the topic, and it's based on a lot of the research of a guy named Richard Souter, who is very hard to interview. So Richard kind of went through all the material, and you know, clearly it's. I don't know if you ever saw, Washington Post did a project, it was in 2010 or 12, called Top Secret America, and one of the reporters, it was a team of 2 reporters, one of them put together a database of all the different top secret installations that had been built in the country, including since the Patriot Act. And what you saw was just this explosion of money and building so many, both underground and above ground facilities.
Motherfucker.
But we were just talking in the break. There's always something going on in the world. But in this part of the world, Israel continues to fight on multiple fronts. They still have hostages that they're trying to deal with. Capturing Gaza in the midst of all of this with the Houthis attacking their airport.
To bring you some breaking news, and we're hearing that Israeli and Houthi-affiliated media both saying that Israel has carried out airstrikes on the east of Hodeidah, and that's in Yemen. So what Israeli media are reporting is that 30 Israeli fighter jets carried out the attack. And this coming a day after the Houthis hit Israel's main international airport in Tel Aviv.
Except now with this situation where the Houthis or Ansarullah saying that there is a different calculation here. And despite the fact they are already under fire, under Israeli and American airstrikes, they are still capable of launching the rockets. And this gives a kind of a picture of how much complicated this conflict is becoming.
Ali, the Israeli Prime Minister also, just about a day ago, after the missile strike from Yemen, promised to hit hard, and he said that Yemen, the Houthis, Ansarullah, would face the consequences, but that Iran would also face consequences from the strike.
The missile force of the Yemeni armed forces carried out a military operation targeting Ben Gurion Airport using a hypersonic ballistic missile. The missile successfully hit its target.
Yeah, well, what's really taking place here, certainly, is General Zamir came in on March the 5th, and he presented a new plan to the Prime Minister. Credit the previous chief of the Israeli Defense Force for killing, somewhere in the 2/3, 75% of the Hamas fighters. But there's still several thousand left. And they did that in the past by conducting raids and then moving on to another area where there are Hamas fighters. General Zamir's plan is to take territory and then kill the Hamas or capture them in that territory and depose them from any future ability to have political control of Gaza. That's the end state. They recognize full well if they're not able to do that, it'd be impossible for them to leave Gaza and turn it over to some international force that would be willing to provide security for a new Palestinian-like government. All of that, obviously, is still circumspect, and no decisions have been made.
There is no stronger pair of military forces in the world. But with all their power, and with a year and a half of what Israel has done in Gaza and Lebanon and some actions in Iran and Iraq, they still haven't deterred the resistance from the different Arab countries and Iran, and rhetorically from Turkey as well.
And that is something that the Houthis come out and say, right? The spokesperson says after previous strikes that we will not be deterred, and this is all in support of the Palestinians and the genocide that's taking place in Gaza.
That's right. And if you go back over the years, you see that the ability of groups that are fighting Israel, resisting it, their technical abilities have improved, and to the point where the Ansarullah in Yemen now have supersonic missiles that can evade some of the multiple layers of defense in Israel. The Iranians got some missiles into Israel as well back when they had their action last year. So the technical capabilities of these groups who are fighting Israel keep improving with time, as does the will to resist. But the Israelis and the Americans still have dominant force that can flatten these countries, which they've done this. They did it in parts of Lebanon several times. They're doing it in parts of Syria.
Oh, you know what? I need to go get
And this is only a recipe, as the last 75 years tell us. It's only a recipe to have more intense warfare coming up around the corner. Because just like the Jews in history and the Israelis have never submitted to superior forces, whether it was the Romans or the Russians or whoever it was in history who subjugated them, they fought back.
Let's take a closer look at the Houthis, who they are. The Iran-backed group has carried out attacks across the Red Sea, positioning themselves as supporters of Palestinians during Israel's war in Gaza. The Houthis have targeted Israel with missiles and drones, aligning with other Iran-backed factions to oppose Israeli policies. Their naval operations have significantly disrupted critical international trade routes, triggering Western military responses and forcing the rerouting of global maritime traffic.
The Israeli fighters have bombed the Hodeida seaports with nearly 6 air raids, and we are talking about also targeting the Bagel cement factory, which is the main factory also for supplying the Yemenis for their construction.
But from a military perspective, what is happening here is to finish off Hamas once and for all, so they cannot have any political ability to control Gaza.
Attack on the airport. And I just want to show for everybody here, Israel has an Iron Dome, and we can put it up here on the screen for everybody to see how it works. So obviously you know this very well, which is this is a way to intercept these missiles that are coming through, but one got through and hit the airport. It has been so successful. There is a rendering of a possible Golden Dome system here in the United States that we can show for everybody. This would be kind of a similar concept. If you can pull that up and everybody can see, this would be the idea. It was, you know, some sort of protection. Do you like this idea?
Well, first of all, it's desirable to have a new concept to deal with where technology is going. We can deal with point defenses, what essentially Israel is dealing with there. In other words, defend Washington, D.C., which we're currently doing, defending the West Coast against the North Korean missile attack, ballistic missile attack, which we're currently doing. We can do more of that on the ground than the United States. Not cheap, obviously. But the real threat is coming from hypersonic glide missiles. In the summer of 21, China launched what's called, apologize for the term, fractional orbital bombardment system, hypersonic missile that was launched off the coast of China, circumnavigated the globe in the southern hemisphere and came back to China. While we knew it launched, we could not track any of it. So being we can't track it, we can't kill it. And advanced cruise missiles are getting to the point where their range is increasing, and likely they may have the capability to do much the same. So given that technology, how do we defend against that? The answer is in space. The point defense system that I just described prior cannot do that. So you need sensors in space, you need interceptors in space. That means weapons on satellites to do all of that. And you need a lot of them because you're dealing with the globe. You're not just dealing with IBM missile coming from Russia or China in the northern hemisphere. These things can circumnavigate the globe. And when they get back into the Earth's orbit, they're moving at a 5 times the speed of sound, which is very difficult to defeat, even at a 5 times the speed of sound, which is very difficult to defeat even in the Earth's orbit. So, desirable, the big question mark, is it feasible? We've got to do the research and analysis to make certain of that before we pour a lot of money at it. Listen, this is a presidential priority, and it has worthiness and desirability, but we got to be careful how far we go before we dump a lot of money on it. We're already going to put $25 billion on it to get us started in this. It could cost hundreds, but we've got to make certain that it is feasible.
The Israeli fighters have bombed the seaport and also the factory of the producing cement. They could also expand their targets because earlier, according to this military's spokesperson of the Ansar Allah, he says that they have imposed an all-out siege, aerial siege on Israel by targeting the Ben Gurion airport. Now we could witness also bombing factories and also the seaports, but we couldn't clarify or know exactly what's the expansion of goals for the Ansar Allah. But also we could wait for the military spokesperson to outline that what could the Ansar Allah do in the upcoming hours or days. As we are witnessing this escalation of between Ansar Allah fighters and the Israeli fighters and also the American forces in order to undermine the abilities of Ansar Allah for nearly a month and a half, which the American forces couldn't undermine such military capability.
So many of you will know that one game that's been taking the world by storm is Clair-Obscur Expedition 33. Here's a glimpse of what the title looks like. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Yet everywhere we go, we walk with death. You mean?
Breaking news tonight, a Brian Koberger bombshell. Did a survivor roommate actually see her roommate, Xana, lying dead on Xana's bedroom floor and spots the masked intruder wearing all black? And tonight,
You fucking nigger.
revealed.
I'm gonna kill you.
Good evening, I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with
God
us.
damn you. Fucking nigger. I'm gonna slit your goddamn throat.
What is the address of the emergency? 11222 Road.
Did one of the surviving young women, a young girl, actually see Xana Kernodle's dead body lying on her bedroom floor, prone, mistaking it for alcohol consumption, then spots the masked intruder that the state says was none other than PhD student Brian Koberger. But also tonight, did two of the roommates nearly collide with the killer? Listen.
Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin head straight to Xana's room when they get in from a Sigma Chi party at 1:45. But Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan chat with Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk in Kaylee's room when they arrive about 20 minutes later. The smell of Kaylee and Madison's grub truck snacks make Bethany and Dylan debate going back out for their own. 2:10 a.m. Dylan texts a friend to see if they're willing to give them a ride, but getting no reply, the girls decide to head to bed and say their goodnights.
Straight out to Sydney Sumner, Crime Stories investigative reporter Sydney, they really wanted to go back out and get something to eat. Finally, opting for just let's order some DoorDash. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning. And yet, there were still food trucks and restaurants and bars still open. And at the last minute, before they leave, they go, let's just do it. If they had gone out as they were planning to do, they would have collided with the killer, Sydney.
That's quite possible, Nancy. We believe the killer was in that home 4:07 a.m.-ish. That's that timeline. We know Xana was still active on her phone on TikTok until 4:12 a.m., just a few minutes after she received that DoorDash order. Now, it was Bethany and Dylan who were debating going out and getting more food after meeting with their other roommates, Kaylee and Madison. So these girls were just minutes away, one decision away from that night turning out possibly much differently than it did.
That would have been victims 5 and 6 joining me in All-Star panel, but I want to go to former FBI Scott Eicher, and we'll go back to him in a moment regarding the cell data because he's an expert in that. But Scott, you've seen so many cases with the FBI all across our country, and I prosecuted, investigated so many cases where just on a whim, like an angel on your shoulder, you make a decision and you save your life, or you lose your life. If they had done that, Scott Eicher, they would have collided with Brian Koberger with his K-bar knife and his black ninja suit on, and they would have been victims 5 and 6, according to the prosecution.
I totally agree in that the fact that it's random. You know, a simple decision can change the lives of people. Did you go this way? Did you turn right? Did you turn left? Did you make this decision? Did you not make this decision? And thank God there's not 5 and 6. But it can be random. If they actually walk into this guy, then they turn to walk away. And everybody's away. Do they murder themselves too? It's that's the way it occurs. In every case, it could be very, very random.
According to the prosecution, he entered the King Road address with murder on his mind. and he had been planning it for at least 8 months.
my murder,
When he
murder,
ordered
mine,
the
my
K-bar
money, money
knife
on my
from
mind.
Amazon. That's how far back the murder plot goes, and we're about to get a bar knife from Amazon. That's how far back the murder plot goes, and we're about to get into motive. But at this moment, tonight, the timeline is crystallizing. It's becoming even more clear. Listen.
Kaylee and Madison finish their food, then lay in bed chatting until they drift off to sleep. Zainab places a DoorDash order that arrives at 4 a.m. and is active on TikTok until 4:12 a.m. Around that time, Dylan Mortensen hears strange noises and what sounds like crying upstairs, peeks her head out of the room, and comes face to face with a man clad in all black.
Not gonna lie, I wish you would have had that on video.
Now scared, Dylan places calls to her roommates. Bethany's the only one who answers. The girls talk at 4:19 and again at 4:20 before they switch to texting about the stranger in their home.
And we have those texts. We're about to play them for you, but because they're both afraid in 2 separate bedrooms and one of their cell phones is going dead, it's like out of a horror movie. One convinces the other one to take a dash and run to the other bedroom. And it's then that we believe one of the surviving girls spots Xana dead on the floor. Listen.
Bethany convinces Dylan to run to her room. In her dash downstairs, Dylan sees Xana on the floor with her feet toward the door and her head toward the wall in her room. The girls cower in Bethany's room until they fall asleep for just a few restless hours. When they wake up, Bethany and Dylan decide to call friends to check the house at 11:49 a.m.
And at that juncture, she was still assuming that Xana was passed out from alcohol consumption. You know, to Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us for now, psychoanalyst joining us out of the LA jurisdiction, author of Deal Breaker at drbethanymarshall.com. You can see her on Peacock now. Dr. Bethany, why is it that our mind goes to the most, let me say, the least threatening scenario? Because when Dylan runs by, she sees Xana prone on the floor, stretched out. But she thinks, oh my, she's passed out drunk, and keeps running. It never occurs to her. She's been stabbed dead. And the killer is in the house.
You know, Nancy, this is a scene out of a horror movie. I cannot imagine the fear, the panic, even the courage just to leave her room and run to the other girl's room. But when she sees her lying on the floor, of course she's going to think it's alcohol, because we interpret events out of our own past experience. And if they were kids who liked to party and have fun and enjoyed each other and maybe occasionally imbibed a little too much alcohol, that's the interpretive lens through which she's going to look at that experience, or look at that, prone body on the floor. On the other hand, they are in a panic. So they're kind of going back and forth between fear, panic, and, oh, she just had a little too much to drink. It sounds like a chaotic and confusing situation.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'm just a JD, not a shrink like you, but I'm projecting when my fiance was murdered and I was first told that he was gone. I just assumed he had had a crash, some kind of a car wreck. But my mind never went to the fact that he had been shot 5 times in the face and the head and the back. That's just not where your mind goes. So I get it. And these victims have been assailed and attacked. Why did they wait so long to report the attack? What were they doing? Well, now we're learning what happened in those hours. Now, listen to this.
When Dylan and Bethany emerge from Bethany's room to meet their friends, Dylan sees Xana in the same position as the night before. Dylan bursts into tears, worried that she may have serious alcohol poisoning. Moments later, one of the men comes outside and instructs the girls to call 911 now. Bethany connects with the dispatcher at 11:56 a.m.
Okay, to Sydney Sumner, Crime Stories investigative reporter, explain what we just heard.
So, we know that Dylan saw Xana passed out in her room. The next morning, they are too scared to come out of Bethany's room without asking friends to come and check the house. So we're now learning Newport documents. Hunter Johnson and a friend come over to the house to check on the girls, make sure nothing is out of place. And when Hunter Johnson gets to the house, he actually grabs a knife out walking around the rest of the house because these girls are so scared. So that's when they see Xana again, still passed out. Bethany and Dylan still think that maybe she just drank too much the night before, but it's odd that she isn't awake by now. So at this point, the girls get upset and their friends send them out of the house, tell them to calm down. We're going to check the rest of this out and we'll come back with you.
You mean Hunter, the male friend. They call him over because they're cowering in the bedroom. They don't know what's happening. They're thinking, was she passed out drunk? Where's everybody else? What's happening? Who is that guy dressed all in black? Who's that? So they call Hunter, the friend. He comes over, and whatever they say to him, they're so afraid. He arms himself with a knife and says, you two go out. I'm going to go look. In the last days, Judge Hippler has made a big ruling. Hippler has ruled the texts sent between Dylan and Bethany, the two that survived, that were meant to survive to tell the tale in court. Those texts are coming into evidence, and this is what they reveal. Listen.
No one is answering. I'm really confused right now. Yeah, dude, what the Xana was wearing all black.
Those
I'm
bitches.
freaking out right now.
Those
No,
bitches got what they
it's
fucking
like a
deserve.
ski mask almost. Shut the up. Actually, like, he had something over his forehead and mouth. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. So am I. My phone is going to die. Come to my room. Run down here. I'm screwed though. Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone.
Joining me, veteran trial lawyer Joshua Ritter, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and host of Courtroom Confidential on YouTube. Joshua, now I know why the defense fought tooth and nail to keep out the text messages. They corroborate what we are now learning about the timeline.
Yeah, the defense was really aggressive on trying to keep this stuff out for a couple of reasons. Like you said, it corroborates the timeline, but they also know these are the only, closest to eyewitnesses in this case, especially the one surviving roommate giving that description. So they need to cut the credibility of these witnesses as much as possible. And they're going to attack one, their level of intoxication at that time, too. They're also saying that, listen, this is hearsay. And it is hearsay, but it falls under certain exceptions. But they made these arguments to the judge, argued them vociferously that these should be kept out. But I think the judge saw differently.
You're right that they argued hearsay. It did not work on the texts. The texts are coming in, but portions of the 911 call are being suppressed. I can't believe that a portion of a 911 call, which is a contemporaneous communication, and the reason I'm using those words, that's an exception to the hearsay rule. If the statements were made contemporaneous to the moment, but I want you to hear the 911 call, and we'll find out why the defense wanted to keep it out.
Tell me exactly what's going on. One of the roommates is passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she not waking up. Okay. Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around. Can I just tell you what happened pretty much? What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out? Yeah, I'll come. Come on, Bethany, we gotta go check. But we have to.
At that point, the girls, Dylan and Bethany, are still hoping. I think even though deep inside they knew Xana wasn't just passed out, she's still lying on the floor where she was hours before.
I think that's why.
But listen to the rest of the 911 call.
The fuck?
She's not waking up. Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way. Okay, thank you.
And then you hear the male friend Hunter yelling at Bethany and Dylan to get out, go outside, get back out. Because he
And I kind of like this a lot more.
that they have all been stabbed dead.
blue,
can
so
hear her voice on the 911 call stating that they're not waking up. She's not waking up. And realization
I like the other one though. This one's way cool though. It's just old school.
lying on the floor. Sydney, I'm perplexed as to why the judge has suppressed even any part of this 911 call. But I guess we're through a battle to the defense. What is the judge suppressing out of the 911 calls?
Nancy, it's 3 statements, and really, these are really hearsay. So, the first caller that we hear, who is a little bit calmer, not who is crying, labored breathing later, that caller is not one of the roommates. That is another friend, and she is relaying information that's been told to her. One of the roommates is passed out and not waking up. So that statement is the first one that's not coming into evidence. And then that caller continues her statement and says, oh, and they saw a man in their house last night. So not only is that being relayed to her, but that's not talking about the scene that's going on around her. So those 2 statements are not coming in. And the third one is when Bethany takes the phone and she's trying to tell the dispatcher, can I just tell you what happened last night? Last night at 4 a.m. And the dispatcher cuts her off. She doesn't get any further than that, but the dispatcher needs to know what's happening now. So those 3 statements are what is going to be redacted from the 911 call when the jury hears it.
How could a beautiful young first grade teacher be stabbed 20 times, including in the back? Allegedly
Look at them, they're vain.
Suicide? Yes,
Idiots.
that was the medical examiner's official ruling.
You're not supposed. What do you? I think that's why. If there is a God, that's why He says don't do that shit.
Why? What happened?
It puts off an evil that makes people do that shit.
Huge American
I don't know. People think, oh, you're crazy, whatever. I don't care.
In-depth look at the facts. See what happened to Ellen on Amazon. All proceeds to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Tell me exactly what's going on. One of the roommates is passed out, and she was drunk last night and she not waking up. Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yikes.
Tonight, motive revealed. Why would Brian Kohberger, according to the state, stalk and murder 4 innocent people at that King Road address? He had to watch them to see their comings and goings.
What the fuck?
What could possibly be the motive? He didn't even know them, according to the defense. Joining me now, expert Howard Bloom, author of When the Night Comes Falling, a requiem for the Idaho student murders. Howard, motive?
The big question in this entire case has always been why? Why would someone enter a house, off-campus home of 4 students and brutally murder them in the hours before dawn? And all along, everyone has been coming up with hypotheses about what could have happened. Now, the prosecution thinks they have put the pieces together. They believe that there's a direct link from Dr. Catherine Ramsland to Brian Kohberger. Dr. Ramsland had been his tutor, his professor at graduate school at DeSalle University when he went for his master's. He idolized her. She put him on a course to become a forensic psychologist. And
well, wait a minute, Howard. Okay, so she was his instructor. We know that. We know she's a renowned criminal investigator and professor. But how does that equal motive, Howard?
Brian Kohberger is someone who becomes obsessed easily. He was a heroin addict, and then he kicked it. I believe he was obsessed with one of the victims in the King Road murder house. And I also believe he was obsessed with Catherine Ramsland. I believe he, in a way, idolized her. He idolized all her accomplishments, and he wanted to make his own life, his own career, mirror her accomplishments. He wanted to become a forensic psychologist. He wanted to have her talent, her ability to look into the dark recesses of the criminal mind.
but he even wanted to take it one step farther as his relationship grew. He wanted to prove to her that he could be even better than she was in understanding the criminal mind, because he could commit the perfect crime. And this perfect crime that he was committing was in many ways, one can speculate, almost a love letter to Dr. Catherine Ramsland. He was trying to win her affection and her respect, and his way of doing this, in his bizarre sort of erotomania, was to make this perfect crime as a homage to her.
Howard Bloom has written a book, that's true, when the night comes falling. I need a shrink. Again, Dr. Bethany Marshall, I'm just a trial lawyer. What is he saying? Erotomania? What?
What Howard Bloom is saying is that Brian Koberger was in love with his mentor, and because he was studying to become a clinical psychologist, a criminologist, he wanted to commit the perfect crime. Howard Bloom calls this erotomania. Erotomania is when somebody is in a very manic, excited state, and they believe that they are at the center of another person's attention. So he believes that Dr. Ramsland is in love with him, and he's going to prove that he's worthy of her love. Nancy, this makes no sense. I mean, honestly, she's a criminologist, and he's going to commit a crime to impress her? I mean, logic just, there's nothing logical about that. I mean, let's say it were true. Did he take a trophy to give to her? Did he take pictures to show to her? I mean, it would be more understandable if he caught a killer to impress her, not becoming a killer.
We're talking about potential motive. Potential motive in this case. Was he so obsessed with Dr. Ramsland that he had grown to love her in an obsessive way? To Chris McDonough joining me, a veteran homicide detective, director, Cold Case Foundation, and star of the Interview Room on YouTube. I've seen murders for a lot less, but obsession, definitely a motive. I've seen many, many times, and it doesn't
Fucking
mean
nigger.
the defendant and the love object had ever been intimate, had ever even held hands or kissed. It's the obsession with Ramsland. That's what Howard Bloom is talking about, whether requited or not.
Yeah, the challenge, though,
I'm gonna listen to some music, you guys.
the
Hold on.
obsession aspect here.
Talk to you in a bit. You